of Chief Justices of the world to raise awareness and mobilize the world's judiciary to help creating a safer world for our children and future generations and inculcating in them the virtues of peace.
This is very important. Their first and foremost beneficiaries are the youth. And in my view, this is an example that all of us, former and current head of state, should emulate.
So India will clearly play a far more critical role in that new vision of global governance.
According to the literature of this conference, 5.2 million children under the age of 5 years of age die due to lack of proper health care. We must therefore consider the situation very seriously.
Combating environmental damages and climate change, we're being focused also on healthcare systems, educational systems, greening the economy, and the need to do something serious.
The 20th century was also a period of great strides and advances and progress in other fields. On the one hand, a kind of collapse of old institutions, and at the same time, a blossoming of new ways of thinking. But there was one trend that was visible, that was common in both these twin processes of disintegration and the process of integration. And that was an ever-increasing realization that we are one people, an ever-increasing realization of the increasing interdependence and integration of humanity.
Honorable judges, we stand here today to share with you our concern for the majority of the world's people who are struggling for an equitable, fair, and honorable existence.
Honorable judges, we are now entering a stage of global action where the developed and more affluent nations of the world are going to provide resources for the developing nations. We do not want these precious resources to be wasted or misappropriated.
Thematic Group 2 was on the theme Establishing Rule of Law, Creation of World Parliament to Enact Enforceable World Law. Thematic Group 3 on the theme Human Rights, topic for discussion, Creating Awareness for Protection of Fundamental Human Rights. Global Governance Structure, topic under purview, United Nations Reform, Review of the UN Charter, Tackling Global Issues, both regional and international terrorism and extremism was the topic of Thematic Group 5, and finally, Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Environmental Justice was the important topic for discussion at the first plenary session presided over by Honorable Mr. Jean-Henry Sian. Honorable Mr. Justice Bheki Mafala proposed Security Council should be democratic.
So you talked about the types of issues entertained in the ICC. I'd request you to give some information or some instances of the cases filed in the International Criminal Court, which come in the category of the crimes against humanity.
One way to think about governance is that for each one of those goals, we need a system to accomplish the goal.
In the evening, the honorable dignitaries went to see the High Court building, followed by the dinner reception hosted by the Chief Minister, Shri Yogi Adityanath Ji, at his residence.
The children, the right to bring legal action on our own behalf and on behalf of the children of the world when the politically and economically expedient actions of our adults threaten our future.
Education for 21st century. In this 21st century, the only thing is that our thoughts should be purified, our actions should be purified, and thoughts and action can be purified only when we pray God and ask His blessings.
The 21st century is and should be full of hope and promises.
The father of the South African democracy, the late President Nelson Mandela, said, and I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice."
The founder of the Turkish Republic, the great Kemal Atatürk, famously said, and I quote, "Peace at home, peace in the world."
In conference room number 1, the panelists dug deep into the role of civil societies and media for creating culture of tolerance and peace, establishing the rule of law, but there are many problems to tackle like grand corruption, limitations of the International Court of Justice and international criminal courts.
The Supreme Court noted that estimating future lost earnings of a child is inherently difficult and inaccurate, as it is impossible to predict how an individual might have chosen to live her life.
The world we live in today is truly a global village, and it is imperative that through cooperation and dialogue we improve the livelihood of children today and those of future generations.
Human rights, especially rights of children and rights of women and gender equality, these were the topics that came up for discussion in conference room number 3. Members of conference room number 4 discussed in great detail about the global governance structure and reforms in the global governance structure.
In short, our constitution recognizes the equal worth of women and men and their right to freely participate in, determine, and build a sustainable political, legal, economic, and social order.
The United Nations is that
Good morning. Jai Jagat. Let's hear it from the students. Good morning, Jai Jagat. Very warm welcome, dear students. Very warm welcome to our eminent guests and delegates this morning, the last day of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. So please settle down. We would begin in the next minute. May I request all our eminent guests to please occupy their seats. May I also request the protocol officers who are bringing in their guests who will be a part of the panel this morning to please report the same to Vera ma'am that their guest is here. Yeah? Yeah. So dear students, let us begin the day by thanking this great nation and the Almighty for giving us this privileged life. May I request you all to rise for the national song followed by the school prayer being presented by the students of City Montessori School, RDSO campus.
Supala
You may please take your seats. Thank you, dear students from RDSO campus, for raising our spirits and opening our hearts to the blessings that are being showered by the Almighty this morning on this wonderful institution that is striving the utmost to create peace and unity amidst the people of this earth. We are very honored to have so many eminent people from across the world who are here with us in the auditorium and in the premises, reaffirming their belief that they are committed towards safeguarding the future of dear children. Actually, you. Let's put our hands together for all those people who've traveled from all across the globe to be here with us these past 3-4 days. Thank you so much. So now we have a welcome song and dance sequence that is being presented by the students of City Montessori School, Rajendra Nagar campus, in honor of all the eminent guests. Even for you, dear children, you today are the guests in this auditorium who are here to participate in the deliberations of the Chief Justices, interact with them and learn from them. So we honor your commitment and presenting before you the welcome song and dance by the students of CMS Rajendra Nagar Campus 1. Put your hands together to welcome these students on the stage.
जागी है भाग्य हमारे, आपकी कर्मठता ही बनी है आज आपकी शान। आपका स्वागत करने पर हम सबको है अभिमान। आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन दिन परिश्रम और लगन से निर्णय सदा लिए हैं। अनुपम है उत्साह समय मन भावन आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आपकी कार्य कुशलता से ही हर्षित है जन सारे हो, आपकी कार्य कुशलता से ही हर्षित है जन सारे। आपको अपने बीच में पाकर हमको मिले सहारे, स्वागत करने को जन जन अति आतुर पायो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। छायो रे, छायो रे, छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे।
Thank you for a wonderful welcome by the students of City Montessori School, Rajendra Nagar, Campus 1. Beautiful music, beautiful synchronization, and a lovely smiling group of kids. That really makes your day. If yes, delegates, then please put your hands together for these lovely smiling girls from the Rajendra Nagar campus. Coming up next is the concern of the children. The students who've been part of the youth leadership seminars where they have been deliberating and discussing about what is happening in their world, what needs to change, and what can they do to make this change happen. They are coming before you to share their concerns on climate change. Presenting the appeal by the Youth Leadership Seminar students on climate change and action. Please welcome them. Put your hands together.
Honorable judges, climate disasters are now happening with an alarming regularity as expected and predicted by scientists. And our societies and ecosystems have now become even more vulnerable to even very small changes.
The damages
are far more worse with the climate aspects of the damages are far more worse with the climate aspects disproportionately hitting the poor and the vulnerable. Wide-ranging impacts are affecting not only individual states, but also global community interests, including the global commons, such as the atmosphere, the oceans, the polar circles, and global biodiversity.
Protecting the environment, including the climate, correlates directly with protecting human rights. The defining challenge of our time is that we must urgently confront three interrelated crises: of the climate, of human rights, and of our planet's ecology.
We must take into account the principle of intergenerational equity. The overarching obligation of states requires protecting the environment for both present and future generations.
The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child calls environmental degradation, including the climate crisis, a form of structural violence against children. It says that states should provide access to justice for all children, including through removing barriers for children to initiate proceedings themselves.
Honorable judges, it is absolutely necessary that the world's judiciary gives us, the children, the right to bring legal action on our own behalf and on behalf of the children of the world when the politically and economically expedient actions of our adults threaten our future.
We have earlier, through this platform of the World Judiciary Summit, presented before you a historic of jurisprudence where the Supreme Court of the Philippines admitted an action by the minors on their own behalf and on behalf of the children of the world.
In the case of Minors Apposa versus Secretary Factorin, dated 30th of July 1993, the petitioners, all minors, sought the help of the Supreme Court of Philippines to order the respondent, the then Secretary of Department of Environment and Natural Resources, to cancel all existing timber license agreements in the country and to cease and desist from receiving, accepting, processing, renewing, or approving new licenses.
In a landmark decision, the Supreme Court of the Philippines, through Chief Justice Hilario David Jr., exercising judicial activism, expanded the principle of locus standi by allowing 43 children from all over the Philippines to bring legal action on their own behalf and on behalf of the children of their generation and the generations yet unborn to enforce the right to a balanced and healthful ecology, which was threatened by the issuance of timber licenses by the government that authorized the felling of trees from the virgin forests.
In Future Generations versus Ministry of Environment and others, a group of 25 youth plaintiffs sued the Colombian government and several other entities, arguing that the government's failure to prevent deforestation violates plaintiffs' fundamental rights.
The Supreme Court of Colombia recognized that the fundamental constitutional rights of life, of health, of minimum subsistence, of freedom, and of basic human dignity were substantially linked to the environment and to the ecosystem. The court ordered the government to formulate and implement action plans to address the deforestation of the Amazon regions.
On September 23, 2019, Greta Thunberg, who had inspired the school strikes for climate movement, along with 15 other children, filed a lawsuit to be heard within the United Nations against the top 5 nations who contribute most to carbon emissions: Argentina, Brazil, France, Germany, and Turkey.
Your Lordships, the role of the judiciary is paramount in ensuring environmental protection, as it plays a crucial role in interpreting and enforcing environmental laws, adjudicating disputes, safeguarding environmental rights, and shaping environmental governance.
Through its proactive approach and innovative use of legal principles, it is the most powerful force that can ensure sustainable development and safeguarding the environment for present and future generations.
Honorable judges, we are seeking a future in which all are free to live with dignity and without the fear of climate change denying us and our children of that freedom.
We call upon you to uphold the rights of children and expand the principle of locus standi as done by Honorable Justice Hilario David Jr. and in other cases allowing them to bring cases as children for redressal in your courts.
Thank you, students. And I think the applause said it all. You were able to bring your point across to the audience. And may I request our respected President and MD to please join me here on the dais. Let us welcome her, the force behind the endeavor.
Good morning, students. Good morning, guests. I'm a filler act. We're waiting for the stage to be ready for the next part of the day. It's wonderful to see your bright faces, and thank you so much, students, for participating. Yesterday, one of the principals of our school showed me the copies in which the students had been making notes of what they were hearing. And they were noting down the points, their understandings, and their questions. Students, I just wanted to make sure that you, today's crop of students, because every morning and every afternoon there's a different set of students joining us, that this morning's batch of students are also geared up. I see that you've got your notebooks, that you're ready to take back with you the learnings from this morning. And I just wanted to, again, remind us of the amazing opportunity that this conference represents for you as young people. I don't know where I would be if as a young person of your age, I had had the opportunity, this enormous platform, to engage with the issues of the day in the way that you have today. How much more aware I would be about the affairs that are raging around me, the issues that are besetting the communities and the world. And how, of course, you see, there is a saying that, there's a question, is it better to be a fool satisfied or to be Socrates dissatisfied? So, do you want to be Do you want to live in a paradise, not knowing the problems that beset the world, not engaging with those issues, difficult though they might be? Do you want to be a fool satisfied, blissfully unaware of the affairs raging around our ears in the world? Or do we want to be knowledgeable about the world, even though that would mean that we would be like Socrates, dissatisfied, questioning and wondering? It's more troublesome for the mind if you know what's going on around and the complexities of the things that are going around. It's more stressful. So this is a challenge, this is a question. But I think that for critical thinkers, such as the ones that you are, we hope, and we hope to train you to be critical thinkers, to be able to have the facility, the faculty, the mental faculty of being able to examine an issue from different angles. And what you see here is the presentation of maybe the one and the same issue, but looked at from different perspectives, not all of which will always agree with each other. And that is where the most learning takes place. When you have exposure to different perspectives, you are assisted then to cultivate your own perspectives, to formulate your own opinions. Hopefully then they are informed opinion rather than an opinion that has just been forged because of just a little bit of hearsay here and there, but which has not been thought about and chewed over and reflected upon. So we hope that you will enjoy today's morning and get the most out of it. I know that some of the speakers have said that they will take questions as well. So have your best attention ready and with you today, and enjoy your morning. Thank you so much to the most eminent guests that are here for being here for the third and last day of this conference. We hope you all have a wonderful deliberations today. Thank you.
So it's time to begin with the fourth plenary of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices. And for this, to honor the stage with their presence, I invite Honorable Mr. Justice Tewodros Mehret Kebede, President, Constitutional Council, Ethiopia. Please join us here on the stage. I also invite Honorable Mr. Justice Roland Sextus Muntula, Judge, Supreme Court of Appeal, Malawi, to please join us on the stage. I extend a warm welcome to Honorable Ms. Justice Rebeto Kothani Tahina, Senior Judge, Court of Cassation, Supreme Court, Madagascar. I also have the privilege of inviting His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Séan, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, to join us on the stage. I also request the presence of Mr. Ratan Chand Gupta, General Secretary of the Conference and of City Montessori Group of Schools, to join us on the stage, please. I also invite Justice Gaetano from Malta to please join us on the stage. Thank you, sir, for being here. So let us begin with a few reminders. The speakers will be speaking to you for 10 minutes each. And if translation is required, translators will be available on the side of the dais. We will open this plenary with the address by Honorable Mr. Justice Tewodros Mehret Kebede, President, Constitutional Council of Ethiopia. Please put your hands together to welcome Sir to the dais.
Your Excellency Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, the Chief Guest Vice President of Mauritius, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am fascinated by the foresight of drafters of your constitution, who realized that though a constitution is meant to sort out internal relations in a country, interjurisdictional relations are equally important for collective security of inhabitants of this planet. What's happening nowadays in every corner of the world illustrates the fact that no country is an island, no country can close its doors and be immune from the spillover effects of events, political upheaval, man-made or natural disasters. Our fate is so intertwined that we cannot ignore the predicaments of our neighbors. We have now realized that no individual nation can act alone and achieve its aspirations, as many of the challenges we face are becoming more and more global. Climate crisis, transnational crimes, human rights, war, and immigration are few of the cases in point confirming this position. Article 51 of the Indian Constitution is the right response to the need for cooperation, and Dr. Gandhi's efforts not only to promote this aspiration of the drafters, but also to change it to concrete action to respond to the pressing needs of our time is commendable. Ethiopia, the country from where I come, offers several examples which showcase the points raised in several sessions of this conference. In the same spirit as students of CMS and panelists who have called for reform of the UN system because of its serious flaws, so did Emperor Haile Selassie with respect to the League of Nations, whose failure to heed to his appeal contributed to its demise. I sincerely hope that the UN will not repeat the mistake of its predecessor. As a member of both the League of Nations and the United Nations, Ethiopia had more than its fair share of interaction with these organizations. Let me mention some of the examples which tested the international system because of what my country experienced throughout the existence of the international system. The anecdotes are cited merely to demonstrate the issues raised and to take the lesson therefrom. Following the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, the emperor, that is Haile Selassie, went into exile. One reason for this decision being his conviction that the international community would live up to its with the conviction that the international community would live up to its covenant to stand by the precepts of the Association of Nations, invoking the doctrine of collective security, which guarantees its sovereignty. Emperor Haile Selassie addressed the League of Nations on 20 June 1936 and stressed in a speech, I quote, "Should it happen that a strong government finds it may with impunity destroy a weak people, then the hour strikes for that weak people to appeal to the League of Nations to give its judgment in all freedom. God and history will remember your judgment," unquote. He then asked, "What answer shall I take back to my people?" He concluded his speech with the captivating statement many take as prophecy, which resonates with us still today. "It is us today," he said. "It will be you tomorrow." And as history tells us, that was what happened during World War II. We should remember the fact that Ethiopia was forsaken as the superpowers thought that sacrificing a weak nation would enable them to retain their relationship with Italy, believing that it would satiate the voracious colonizer. Sadly enough, it was poetic justice, and to their disappointment, they were not spared. That is why the principles enshrined in the Indian Constitution should not only be shared by all of us, but we should do our level best for its implementation, for our individual and shared security. The menace hovering over us is so real that, as has been repeatedly stated, we are hearing the possibility of use of nuclear weapons and the likelihood of a third world war, which the UN is meant to avert. 30 years after this incident, Ethiopia and Liberia, the only African countries which were not colonized, brought an action against South Africa before the International Court of Justice to challenge the continued existence of the mandate for Southwest Africa, the country which is now called Namibia, and the duties and performance of South Africa as mandatory thereunder. In its judgment on 18 July 1966, the ICJ, by the president's casting votes, the vote being equally divided, 7-7, that means, found that the applicant states, Ethiopia and Liberia, could not be considered to have established any legal right or interest in the subject matter of their claims, and accordingly decided to reject them. In the face of injustice, the court failed to stand on the right side of history, which, to its dismay, merely delayed the independence of Namibia. Fast forward to our time. Between June 2020 and November 2022, the Security Council convened more than 10 times, maybe 13 times by my count, to discuss Ethiopian affairs. Without going into the merits of the subject matter of discussion or its appropriateness, it is tenable to raise the question which may find to be striking. Why such an international governing body would be intensely preoccupied with a predominantly internal matter of a member state, in spite of the fact that it was not paying due attention to more pressing issues squarely falling within its mandate? The answer required a critical examination of the matters of discussion of each session. However, the most important issue arising from this experience is that this purely African matter was discussed by permanent members of the Council, none of whom are African countries. The call for reform is becoming louder and clearer. The structure and process of the UN system must be reformed so that it will be effective and efficient and equally serve people of the world. Ethiopia is a living example to the adverse fallout of the system when it comes to weak states, sovereignty and injustice. Sustainable peace and development can be attained, and conflicts and devastating war can be avoided if the system works in a fair manner, taking into account the wishes, aspirations, values of peoples in all corners of the world. The UN must be able to make adjustments to save itself before it is able to save the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Justice Twedros. That was indeed an eye-opening speech for us. As so many times we do not really know the internal workings of alignments and people coming together or nations coming together to collaborate. I think you've given us an insight into how the systems need to be fair to even the states that perhaps do not have a very big presence on the international scene. I think that's a message we all need to keep in our minds when we go back to our respective countries and try to rework the systems that they work so that they benefit the people of that particular nation and also the whole world. Thank you so much. Next, I wish to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Roland Sextus Myundala, Judge, Supreme Court of Appeal, Malawi. So you'll be speaking in English? You would be speaking in English?
Honorable Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Madam Dr. Gandhi, our guest of honor, distinguished justices and judges, our students from CMS, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to stand before you this morning, before this esteemed gathering on the occasion of the 24th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World on Article 51 of the Constitution of India, whose theme is uniting the world for children through enforceable world law and effective global governance. This theme of the conference resonates well with the aspirations set out in the provisions of Article 51(3) of the Constitution of India, which demands that the state shall endeavor to foster respect for international law. Of singular importance, and as an issue coming out of the conference, is the acknowledgement that the United Nations Organization works for peace, human rights, social and child uplift, development, and in other fields through its various agencies, but lacks the authority and essential mechanisms to get the decisions of the General Assembly implemented. It is in this regard that the students of City Montessori School in Lucknow, India, move this August gathering to resolve in favor of the reorganization of the structure and mechanisms of the United Nations Organization to render it more effective in the implementation of the General Assembly's resolutions. In this regard, allow me to put it on record that in the full course of the proceedings herein, I heard no single voice of dissent to the proposal. The students of City Montessori School must be lauded for taking this bold step towards improving the world we live in. As a child and growing up in my home country, Malawi, our then head of state, the late Dr. Hastings Kamuzubanda, repeatedly said that the youth must be supported and nurtured because they are the leaders of tomorrow. And because he said it so repeatedly, it sounded to me and our young people like just some common chant on his part. We were fairly young then and may be forgiven for misunderstanding him. But having become an adult, when I reflect on those words, I appreciate that those of us who are adults, especially those of us now in the second half of our lives here on earth, will soon hand over the mantle to the young people who are here with us today and elsewhere. We are sooner or later to bequeath this world to the youth of today. So it is, in a sense, their world, even as we speak. Allow me, therefore, to submit that we support our youth in their noble endeavor for a world they will cherish beyond our existence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you most sincerely for your kind attention, and may the good Lord bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Rowland, for your wishes to the future leaders sitting here. When you talked about the fact that your speech itself will perhaps help support their endeavors to create a better future. So let's put our hands together for Honorable Mr. Rowland, Justice Mr. Rowland Sextus, for that faith, reaffirming that faith in you all. Next, it gives me great pleasure to invite Honorable Ms. Justice Rabetoko Tani Tahina, Senior Judge, Court of Cassation, Supreme Court, Madagascar. Let's put our hands together for ma'am.
Bonjour à tous. Impressionné est le mot que j'ai utilisé pour décrire l'expérience que j'ai eu le privilège d'avoir avec vous l'année dernière. Gratitude est celui que j'utilise aujourd'hui. Je suis remplie de gratitude pour avoir la possibilité de revenir devant cette assemblée composée de femmes et d'hommes, de valeurs et de convictions, et d'avoir, encore une fois, la possibilité de renouveler mon engagement à notre noble et belle cause qui est l'avenir de l'humanité à travers la jeunesse et les enfants. Mes sincères remerciements au docteur Jadis et Barty Gandhi, au docteur Geta Gandhi Kendon, à toute l'équipe technique du City Montessori School pour votre dévouement à l'organisation de cette conférence et aux festivités de cette 24e conférence internationale des chefs de la justice du monde. Merci également aux élèves du CMS qui sont tout simplement formidables et inspirants. En terminant ma prise de parole lors de la 23e conférence je me suis adressée aux élèves du CMS en disant « La lumière est en vous, brillez encore plus ». Permettez-moi aujourd'hui de reprendre ces phrases et de continuer à envisager notre futur avec cette note positive. Nous assistons avec consternation aux souffrances engendrées par les guerres, les conflits politiques, les insécurités de tout ordre, les conséquences de la pandémie sur le système socio-économique du monde. Loin de moi de vouloir minimiser ou se voiler la face par rapport à ce qui se passe dans notre monde actuel. Mais il me semble que l'avenir de nos enfants doit être une priorité, au même titre, sinon plus que les résolutions des différentes crises actuelles. Nous devons impérativement agir pour ne pas éteindre la lumière en nos jeunes et pour faire en sorte que leur lumière brille encore plus. À cet effet, il me semble que la conscience humaine et la conscience environnementale méritent d'être au centre de toutes les actions futures. Martelons sans cesse que la préservation de la vie humaine, que la préservation de notre habitat naturel, de notre biodiversité, des faunes, des flores, nos amis les animaux devraient se traduire en actions concrètes. Dans l'idéal, la conscience humaine ralliée à la conscience environnementale devront dicter le mode de vie des citoyens de ce monde que nous sommes, afin de corriger, s'il y a lieu, des agissements de dégradation et de surconsommation. L'adoption de législation internationale applicable et une gouvernance globale effective garantissent la pérennité de nos aspirations. En toute objectivité, nous constatons que le système international actuel ne répond pas suffisamment aux exigences des défis actuels, notamment environnementaux, et ce, non pas par la défaillance des hommes censés les appliquer, mais par les difficultés d'application des normes internationales liées à la souveraineté de l'État, à l'absence de pouvoir coercitif et les déséquilibres des pouvoirs des États de ce monde. Aussi, levons-nous et agissons chacun à notre niveau pour tous les jeunes du monde. J'associe à cet effet les jeunes de mon pays qu'est Madagascar. Madagascar est la 4e plus grande île du monde, se situant entre l'océan Indien et l'Afrique, d'une superficie de 592 000 km², dont la population de 26 millions a moins de 20 ans et un citoyen sur 5 a moins de 5 ans. Des jeunes qui, malgré une certaine précarité, gardent le sourire et l'espoir d'une vie meilleure. Le chaos de ce monde actuel ne facilitera pas nos actions et ne rendra pas notre entreprise facile, mais je suis convaincue qu'ensemble, nous pouvons construire en unissant nos forces. Nous n'avons pas le choix, nous avons l'obligation de mettre en pratique sur la scène internationale les dispositions de l'article 51 de la Constitution de l'Inde. Nous devons agir de concert pour faire de notre expérience humaine une expérience de qualité, de bienveillance, et donnons ainsi un sens au passé, au présent et à l'avenir de l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Good morning, all. Impressive is the word I use to describe my experience when I had the privilege of being one of you last year. Gratitude is the word I use today. I am filled with gratitude for the opportunity to return to this illustrious assembly, made up of men and women of value and conviction, and to have the chance once again to renew my commitment to our beautiful and noble cause, the future of humanity through youth and children. My sincere thanks to Dr. Jagdish and Varti Gandhi, to the entire technical team at City Montessori School of your dedication to the organization of the conference and the festivities of this 24th International Conference of Chief Justice of the World. Thank you also to the CMS students who are simply wonderful and inspiring. At the end of my speech at 23rd conference, I addressed the CMS students by saying the light is in you, shine even brighter. Allow me today to take up these phrases and continue to look to the future on this positive note. We witness with dismay the suffering caused by wars, political conflicts, food insecurity, and the consequences of the pandemic on the world's socio-economic system. Far be it from me to minimize or deny what is happening in our world today, but it seems to me that the future of our children must be a priority as much as, if not more than, the resolution of the various current crises. It's imperative that we act to ensure that the light in our young people does not go out, and that their light shine even brighter. To the end, it seems to me that human consciousness and the environmental consciousness deserve to be at heart of all future actions. Let's keep hammering away at the fact that preserving human life is fundamental, that preserving our natural habitat, our biodiversity, our fauna and flora, and our animal friends should be translated into concrete action. Ideally, the human conscience railed to the environmental awareness should dictate the way we live as citizens of the world, in order to correct, if need be, degradation and overconsumption. The adoption of enforceable international law and effective global governance will guarantee the sustainability of our aspiration. In all objectivity, we note that the current international system does not sufficiently meet the requirements of our current challenges, particularly environmental ones, and this is not because of the failure of the men who are supposed to execute them, but because of difficulties of applying international standards linked to the state sovereignty, the absence of coercive power, and the imbalances of the power between states. So let's stand up and take action, each at our own level, for all the world's young people. To this end, I associate the young people of my country, Madagascar, the fourth largest island in the world, situated between the Indian Ocean and Africa, with a surface area of 592,000 kilometers square, half of whose population of 28 million is under 20-year-old, and 1 in 5 citizens is under 5 years old. Young people who, despite their precarious situation, keep smiling and hope for a better life. The chores of today's world won't make our actions any easier, but I am convinced that together we can build by joining forces. Conclusion, we have no choice but to implement the provisions of Article 51 of the Constitution of India on the international stage. We must act together to make our human experience one of quality and benevolence, and thus give meaning of humanity's past, present, and future. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Justice Tahina, for that reaffirmation in the power of the human spirit. For yes, the light is definitely in you, dear students, and you have to make it shine brighter. And one very poignant thing she spoke of, that the young people in her country, though they know their precarious situation, I hope you're aware that the rising sea levels is threatening the existence of these island nations in the Indian Ocean near Africa. Still, they hope that the international community will come together and resolve this crisis in time. So thank you once again. Please put your hands together. She believes that the future lies in your hand and you will do something about it. Now it's time to invite His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Sian, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, who has been coming to us regularly with the conviction that when he speaks to you all, he makes a difference in the affairs of the world. You're very welcome, sir.
Excuse me. May I have a translator?
Yeah, French?
Yes, French. By the time for the translator to come, I would like to say something about what I'm living. Yes. À écouter ma sœur du Madagascar, on pourrait avoir l'impression qu'elle avait lu mon discours. Et cela est vrai de toutes les interventions que j'ai suivies depuis mon arrivée. Nous sommes tous préoccupés par ces grands fléaux qui traversent le monde. Nous nous trouvons dans une sorte de lieu commun où nous tous nous plaignons des problèmes tels que la pauvreté, la précarité, les conflits internationaux, les guerres entre les voisins, autant de problèmes que les grandes instances internationales n'ont pas encore résolus. Excellence, Monsieur Jadis Gandhi et son épouse, Excellence, Monsieur le vice-président des îles Maurice et de son épouse, à vous tous et toutes les autorités présentes dans la salle, je dis bonjour. Planète et progéniture sont les deux grands piliers sur lesquels repose la pérennité de l'humanité, l'avenir de l'être humain, l'existence future de la Terre, la conservation de la nature, la continuité de la vie. Cette compréhension humaniste justifie la prépondérance de la lettre de l'article 51 de la Constitution de l'Inde qui doit guider les réflexions de l'auguste Assemblée réunie ici à Uttar Pradesh pour cette 24e conférence internationale à laquelle j'ai le grand privilège de prendre part. La place d'honneur qui est accordée aux 61 000 étudiants de la Cité Montessori de Lucknow est loin d'être symbolique, puisque cette mention doit rappeler aux autorités mondiales, chefs d'État et de gouvernement, responsables et dirigeants à l'échelle internationale, leurs responsabilités envers les 2,5 billions d'enfants de la planète. Leur inclusion est primordiale, puisqu'elle implique l'obligation de les prendre en compte et d'ajouter à leur nombre le chiffre incalculable des enfants à naître. Il s'agit de générations futures, celles qui peupleront nos espaces tant que la planète sera préservée dans les conditions optimales pour qu'elle remplisse son rôle principal de soutenir et de nourrir toutes les vies. Comprenez ici celles de toutes les races humaines avec leurs différences intrinsèques et dans le respect de leur monde et culture spécifiques, comme celles de tous les espaces, de toutes les espèces végétales et animales qui peuplent les habitats terrestres et maritimes. Il est un fait qu'à travers le monde, nous ne jouissons pas tous des mêmes opportunités, particulièrement les jeunes et les enfants, qui sont divisés en ressortissants de pays du Nord, de pays du Sud, ces espaces étant caractérisés soit par la richesse, la pauvreté et la précarité. Les inégalités qui les séparent demeurent immenses malgré les magnifiques progrès de notre siècle. Toutefois, nous partageons au quotidien la pesante angoisse d'un présent incertain, entraînant pour tous nos enfants la peur du lendemain face à la lourde charge qu'ils ont de tirer le meilleur parti du monde, quel que soit l'état dans lequel notre génération le leur aura légué. Partout, l'être humain se démène, inquiet et anxieux, dans une existence réduite et fragile, menacée par le terrorisme international, les conflits armés régionaux, les confrontations locales sanglantes, la propagation des pandémies, sans oublier la menace nucléaire, les méfaits de la dégradation environnementale et les déboires et les débordements technologiques. Toute médaille ayant un revers, la reluisante globalisation n'a pas apporté la paix et la sécurité à tous. Les bienfaits attendus ne se sont pas manifestés à travers le monde en toute équité, tandis que les éléments néfastes se sont proliférés sans discriminer jusque dans les régions les plus reculées. Si notre époque, celle où l'évolution cybernétique a virtuellement rapproché les lieux les plus distants, est réputée la plus moderne à travers les âges, elle est aussi considérée comme la plus dangereuse. Une ère où entrent entre autres méfaits le réchauffement de la planète et la menace d'une apocalyptique guerre mondiale portent les esprits à douter du bien fondé et de l'efficacité des approches préconisées par les autorités concernées et à minimiser le potentiel bénéfique des découvertes scientifiques. Est-ce pourquoi il revient aux dirigeants des sphères politiques et économiques de toutes les nations et aux hauts responsables des grandes institutions internationales et régionales de tout mettre en œuvre pour améliorer les conditions de vie actuelles et agir pour que celles de l'avenir soient meilleures. Est-ce pourquoi il devient aussi de plus en plus urgent de transformer un monde réparti en pays du Nord et pays du Sud, en une planète constituée de nations indépendantes, mais ralliées autour de sa préservation pour la prospérité de ses peuples, le bien-être et la sécurité de leurs enfants, c'est-à-dire la pérennité de l'humanité en vue de garantir le bonheur de tout être humain. Hommes, femmes et enfants, nonobstant sa ville natale, son domicile ou sa demeure. De ce fait, le besoin de sécurité dans tous les domaines ne devient-il pas l'élément fondamental et prépondérant de toute gouvernance, qu'elle soit locale, nationale, régionale ou internationale? Actuellement, la notion de sécurité dépasse celle plus restreinte de sûreté des États et de souveraineté nationale, qu'elle englobe en leur conférant une dimension humaniste qui met un accent très fort sur les personnes, plaçant la sécurité des individus au centre de tout projet social et de toute action politique. En fait, la population mondiale augmente. Bientôt, nous serons 8 milliards d'âmes habitant la planète Terre, entraînant une consommation incontrôlée des ressources naturelles à un rythme qui dépasse de loin la capacité de régénérescence de la Terre, alors que les sols s'appauvrissent sous l'agression des pesticides utilisés à outrance. Dans l'intervalle, nous assistions avec inquiétude au réchauffement climatique qui, dans un avenir pas trop lointain, peut amener une telle sécheresse qu'aucun être vivant ne pourra survivre sur la Terre. Toutes les espèces menacent d'être réduites en poussière par ces phénomènes dont l'homme est responsable. Pollution, destruction de la biodiversité, libération dans l'atmosphère d'une quantité exagérée de gaz à effet de serre, déchets industriels et j'en passe. Par conséquent, le besoin de sécurité comprend des volets socio-économiques qui transcendent les intérêts politiques, ainsi que les dispositions et innovations au niveau du développement d'arsenals militaires sophistiqués. Il préconise de se pencher surtout sur les besoins immédiats et futurs des secteurs sociaux les plus vulnérables de nos sociétés, les démunis, les vieillards, les femmes et les enfants, qui sont les premières victimes de toute calamité et les plus durement affectés, qui risquent de ne jamais pouvoir se relever. Si nous ne désirons pas arborer un nouveau comportement plus responsable, plus altruiste, avec un sens aigu de la préservation et de la prévention, afin de réduire notre impact négatif sur l'environnement, notre instinct de conservation nous obligera à anticiper ces grands périls en prenant les mesures concrètes adaptées au microclimat pour le sauvetage des écosystèmes, favorisant l'utilisation des énergies propres, conscientisant les jeunes et les moins jeunes sur les conséquences dangereuses de nos mauvaises attitudes face aux exigences de vie et de survie. La sécurité inclut la protection contre toutes les facettes de l'insécurité. La sécurité sanitaire doit intégrer alimentation adéquate, soins médicaux de base, logement décent. La sécurité économique ne peut se concevoir en dehors de l'accès à une éducation de qualité et un travail décent qui permettent aux individus de vivre dans la dignité en prenant soin d'eux-mêmes et de leurs dépendants. Elle ne se conçoit non plus en dehors de la sécurité civile qui garantit le respect des droits et des libertés individuelles. Toutefois, un vrai climat de sécurité ne peut seulement se concevoir dans l'enclos des frontières nationales. Les fléaux modernes, tels que le terrorisme international, la menace nucléaire, le changement climatique, ne connaissent pas de limites géographiques. Les effets et conséquences des conflits armés régionaux se répercutent au-delà des territoires affectés quand les gens sont contraints au déplacement et à la migration. Par ailleurs, les pays pauvres qui ont le moins contribué à cette destruction et de panique sont souvent les plus touchés, n'ayant une vraie capacité de rebondir ou d'y répondre de manière adéquate. Ces pays du Sud, en vue d'apporter leur contribution efficace à la protection de l'environnement, sont contraints de renoncer aux standards de développement traditionnels pour éviter de copier les modèles à haute intensité de carbone, bien connus et expérimentés naguère. Ils doivent, en revanche, s'engager à cette transition écologique qui exige d'innover et de créer un modèle de développement original qui nécessite un saut technologique avec des infrastructures adéquates pour lesquelles ils ne sont pas équipés, tant du point de vue ressources humaines qu'économiques. Néanmoins, les pays du Sud ne peuvent jouer ce rôle si les pays du Nord n'assument la responsabilité de leur allouer le support financier et technologique nécessaire tout en tenant compte de leurs spécificités locales. La transition écologique devient alors une réalité globale sans aucune discrimination, si ce n'est que de prioriser et de favoriser les plus vulnérables dans le grand combat pour la défense des écosystèmes contre la consommation démesurée, la pollution et tous ces fléaux qui mettent le monde à mal et qui rendent plus incertaine la vie sur Terre dans des conditions acceptables pour chaque être humain, sans considération de race, de classe et d'espace géographique. Aussi, la vraie sécurité nationale sous-entend-elle une coopération internationale pour promouvoir la paix, laquelle requiert l'élaboration d'une approche globale pour le développement d'une culture de paix et du vivre ensemble. Une conscientisation planétaire traduite en efforts conjugués peut nous conduire tous au bonheur. Alors, il est essentiel d'apprendre à connaître l'autre en respectant ses valeurs culturelles et cultuelles. Et cela ne peut se réaliser en dehors d'une conception éducationnelle large visant tous les degrés et tous les âges. C'est là le fondement indispensable à l'établissement et au maintien des relations internationales capables de garantir la sécurité au niveau national et international. Toutes les consciences doivent être tenues en éveil pour la protection de l'homme dans toutes ses dimensions et la construction d'un monde meilleur où il fera bon vivre. La vie est précieuse, mais vivre bien est beaucoup plus précieux. Nous devons ainsi travailler à nous acheminer vers un monde de partage. Ensemble, nous le pourrons par la mobilisation et l'éducation, avec surtout la bonne foi et l'amour du prochain. Merci.
Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Judges, and ladies and gentlemen. Planet and progeny are the two pillars on which the sustainability of human rests. The future of human beings, the future existence of the earth, the conservation of nature, the continuity of life. This humanistic understanding justifies the preponderance of the letter of Article 51 of the Constitution of India, which must guide the reflections of the August Assembly gathered here in Uttar Pradesh for this 24th International Conference, in which I have the great privilege of taking part. The place of honor accorded to the 59th 1,000 students of City Montessori School of Lucknow is far from symbolic, since it is a reminder to the world authorities, head of state and governments, international leaders and officials of their responsibilities towards the 2.5 billion children of the planet. Their inclusion is essential because it implies the obligation to take them into account and to add to their number the incalculable figure of unborn children. We are talking about the future generations, those who will populate our spaces as long as the planet is preserved in optimum conditions to fulfill its principal role of sustaining and nourishing all life. This includes all human races with their intrinsic differences and respect for their specific worlds and cultures, as well as all the planet, plant and animal species that inhabit our land and sea habitats. It is a fact that we do not all enjoy the same opportunities throughout the world, particularly young people and children, who are divided into those from countries in the north and those from countries in the south. These areas being characterized either by wealth, poverty, or precariousness. The inequalities that separate them remain immense despite the magnificent progress of our century. However, on a daily basis, we share the heavy anguish of an uncertain present, leading all our children to the future, faced with the heavy burden of making the most of the world, regardless of the state in which our generation has bequeathed it to them. Everywhere, human beings are struggling, worried, and anxious in a reduced and fragile existence, threatened by international terrorism, regional armed conflicts, bloody local confrontations, the spread of pandemics, not forgetting the nuclear threat, the misdeeds of environmental degradation and technological excesses. The other side of the coin is that the glamour of globalization has failed to bring peace and security to all. The expected benefits have not manifested themselves equally across the world, while the harmful elements have proliferated indiscriminately even in the most remote regions. If our era, the one in which cybernetic evolution has virtually brought the most distant places closer together, is reputed to be the most modern in the ages, it is also considered to be the most dangerous. An era when, among our misdeeds, global warming and the threat of apocalyptic nuclear war are leading people to doubt the validity and effectiveness of the approaches advocated by the authorities concerned and to play down the beneficial potential of scientific discoveries. This is why it is up to the political economic leaders of all nations and to the heads of the major international regions and regional institutions to do their utmost to improve living conditions today and to ensure that they are better in the future. This is why it is also becoming increasingly urgent to transform a world divided into the countries of North and countries of South into a planet made up of independent nations united around its preservation for the prosperity of its people, the well-being and security of their children, in other words, the continuity of humanity with a view to guarantee the happiness of every human being, man, woman, and child, regardless of their birthplace, home, or residence. As a result, isn't the need for security in all areas becoming the fundamental and overdoing element of all governance, whether local, national, regional, or international? Today, the concept of security goes beyond the more restricted notions of the state security and national sovereignty, which it encompasses by giving them a humanist dimension that places a strong emphasis on people, placing the security of individual at the center of every social project and every political action. In fact, the world's population is growing. Soon there will be around 8 people living on planet Earth, resulting in the uncontrolled consumption of natural resources at a rate that far exceeds the Earth's capacity for regeneration, whether the soil is being depleted by the aggression of the pesticides used to excess. In the meantime, we are worried about global warming, which is the not too distant future could lead to such drought that no living thing on Earth will be able to survive. All species are in danger of being reduced to dust by these phenomena for which man is responsible: pollution, the destruction of the biodiversity, the release of excessive quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, industrial waste, and so on. Consequently, the need for the security includes socio-economic aspects that transcend political interests, as well as provisions and innovations in the development of sophisticated military arsenal. It calls for particular attention to be paid to the immediate and future needs for the most vulnerable social sectors of our societies: the poor, the elderly, women, and children, who are first victims of any calamity, and the hardest hit who may never recover. If we don't want to adopt a new, more responsible, more altruistic attitude with a keen sense of prevention in order to reduce our negative impact on the environment, our instinct for conservation will force us to anticipate these great perils by taking concrete measures adapted to the microclimate to save the ecosystem, promoting the use of clean energy, making the young and not the so young aware of the dangerous consequences of our bad attitudes to the demands of life and survival. Security includes protection against all facets of insecurity. Health security must include adequate food, basic medical care, and decent housing. Economic security inconceivable without access to quality education, decent work, enabling people to live in dignity by taking care of themselves and their dependents. Nor is it conceivable without civil security, which guarantees respect for individual rights and freedoms. However, a true climate of security cannot be conceived solely within the confines of national borders. Modern scourges such as international terrorism, the nuclear threat, and climate change know no geographical limits. The effects and consequences of regional armed conflicts reverberate beyond the territories affected when people are forced to move and migrate. Moreover, the poor countries that have contributed least to this situation of destruction and panic are often the hardest hit, having no real capacity to bounce back or respond adequately. In order to make an effective contribution to protect the environment, these countries of the South are being forced to abandon traditional development standards to avoid copy the carbon-intensive models that have been tried and tested in the past. Instead, they must commit to this ecological transition, which requires them to innovate and create an original development model that requires a technological leap forward with the adequate infrastructures, for which they are ill-equipped in terms of both human and economic resources. However, the countries of the South cannot play this role unless the countries of the North assume responsibility for providing them with the necessary financial and technological support, while taking account of their specific local circumstances. The ecological transition then becomes a global reality, with no discrimination other than to prioritize and favor the most vulnerable in the great battle to defend ecosystems against the excessive consumption, pollution, and all those scourges that are damaging the world and making life on Earth more uncertain under conditions acceptable to every human being, regardless of race, class, or geographical area. True national security, therefore, implies international cooperation to promote peace, which requires a global approach to develop a culture of peace and living together. Global awareness, translated into joint efforts, can lead us all to happiness. It is therefore essential to get to know others while respecting their culture and religious value. And this cannot be achieved without a broad educational approach covering all levels and all ages. This is the indispensable foundation for establishing and maintaining international relations capable of guaranteeing security at national and international level. All consciences must be kept awake to protect mankind in all its dimensions and build a better world in which we live. Life is precious, but living well is more precious. So we must work to move towards a world of sharing. Together, we can do this through mobilization and education with good faith and love of never. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We also share your anguish at the uncertain present and the future that we face at present. And yes, we understand this need that we must bridge the divide between the nations. As you expressed your concerns about the countries of the North and the countries of the South not being able to create new developmental models that would sustain life in the Southern Hemisphere. Thank you so much for voicing that concern and bringing all that to the table. And we hope, and actually we have been trying for the past so many years to create citizens who are concerned about what is happening in the world. And this conference itself is one of our endeavors to create a system of education that allows the students, that allows individuals to look at their realities, read those realities, and create and innovate to sustain life on this planet for everyone. So thank you once again. And now it's time to invite Justice Vincent Di Gaetano for his address to this audience. Let's welcome him, Justice from Malta.
Thank you, Madam. Now, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharti Gandhi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, you should know that this morning I was press ganged by Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdom to address you students by presenting again the presentation I gave yesterday on the rule of law, because we did not have time to take any questions from you. As I'm standing in for two speakers who could not speak this morning, I have been allotted not 10 minutes, but 20 minutes. So I propose to devote 10 minutes to going quickly through the slides and another 10 minutes entirely for you. Do you agree? For your questions. Okay? Fine. So, again, the rule of law is fundamental. We've heard about it. We speak about the rule of law when we speak of human rights. We speak about the rule of law when we speak about the right to good administration, to good governance, and so on. What is the rule of law? As I said yesterday, and to some of you, and especially to if any of the distinguished guests here were present yesterday, I apologize that you're hearing this for the second time in so short a time. What is the rule of law? It is certainly neither a rule nor a law. Now that may sound a bit of a contradiction, but think about that famous poem by Gerard Manley Hopkins, the child is father to the man. You remember that? The child is father to the man. How can he be? The words are wild. Suck any sense from that who can. The child is father to the man. And yet that is true. The child is father to the man because the present child will eventually become the man of the future, like you will become the citizens of the future. So there is no real contradiction in saying it is neither a rule nor a law. But what is it then? It is an attitude that must accompany every interaction of those who run the country and the rest of the people in the country. It has been said that it is not possible to define exhaustively the rule of law, and that it is best explained by reference to behavior and actions, or to the outcomes of behaviors and actions. Others have said that you can explain the rule of law by saying, for instance, what it is not. The rule of law is certainly not rule by law. Be careful about this. It is not rule by law, because every dictator can use the law to rule. Hitler ruled because there were laws in place. Okay? Every dictator can rule by using the law, because the law is deficient. It is in breach of fundamental rights, but it would be still rule by law. So when you hear, for instance, lawyers, especially in the classical tradition, saying that, okay, the rule of law goes back to the time of our good friend Marcus Tullius Cicero, when he said, we are slaves of the law so that we may be free. That is the rule of law. Be careful. That is dangerous. Okay? The rule of law is much more than that. The rule of law requires an element of justice. Now, justice is not a modern concept. It is an old concept. There was an African philosopher and theologian and bishop, Augustine of Hippo, who years ago said that he did not recognize a law as law unless it was just. I'll say it to you in Latin. I know you like Latin. Mihi excesse non videtur, quae justa non fuerit. But more importantly, Augustine had also this to say about the state, the setup of the state. If you remove justice from the state, what are states? Well, he was speaking in terms of kingdoms. What are states but a bunch of thieves? I will skip the reference to this very famous, or not famous, he's not so famous, but he's my favorite, John of Salisbury, and pass on to further years. 1215, imagine, on a field next to the town, the small town as it was then of Windsor, in 1215, King John, that rascal of a king, managed, or rather his barons managed to concede from him, to extract from him a number of rights, one of which was perhaps the most famous, and which is an essential component of the rule of law, that to no one shall we sell, to no one deny or delay right or justice. What about the court's delays, you may say? Yes, when there is delay in justice, there is not only an injustice, but a deficiency in the rule of law. Well, one approach is to look at the rule of law. For instance, by looking at what it delivers. And there is something called the World Justice Project, which says that the rule of law delivers essentially 4 core principles. And these are the principles of accountability, and there you have under accountability, I hope you can read it. Oh, yes, well, at least for these in the front row, they can read it. Accountability, just law, open government, and accessible and impartial justice. But again, these are rather general concepts, okay, general principles. Accountable and open to what extent, for instance? Certainly, it is right for a state not to divulge certain information which might prejudice its national security. But what about giving information to the public about how money is being spent? Public money. We heard yesterday, I don't remember who spoke, that governments use taxes, and taxes are the people's money. How is that tax, how is that money being spent? Is it really being spent in the public good, for the public good, or is it going, some of it, if not all of it, into the pockets of certain people? This approach of core principles, however, is useful in that it helps to focus the discussion. It is also the approach which has been taken by Lord Tom Bingham in his famous book, The Rule of Law, and he lists what he calls sub-principles, 8 sub-principles, which collectively form not an exhaustive definition of the rule of law, but the core of the rule of law. And I list them here in the order in which he himself lists them. The page number at the end is the page appearing in the 2010 edition, the 2010 Penguin edition of the rule of law. And you can see that, for instance, the first sub-principle recalls the concept of the quality of law. You may have a law, but if that law fails the test of quality, of it being predictable, accessible, having been prepared through a democratic process, then it fails the test of quality. The test of quality is a very important test which is found in the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. Point 4 refers to the inherent limit on the exercise of any power, especially ministerial power, ministerial discretion. Okay? Points 3, 5, and 8 deal essentially with non-discrimination, effective protection of fundamental rights. You see the intertwining of everything here, and measuring up to one's international obligations. How easy it is to sign a treaty and then not abide by that treaty in practice. Renege on that treaty for some reason. Usually it's a domestic reason, you know. Well, if I abide by that treaty, well, you know, the party donors won't continue supporting this party, this political party. Aye, we've got a problem. The principle of non-discrimination requires the prohibition of any unjust, unequal treatment under the law and or by the law, and that all persons have guaranteed equal and effective protection against discrimination on the grounds which are very familiar to you all, I'm sure, even you students, such as race, color, sex, language, and so on and so forth. These sub-principles are not to be understood as comprehensive or exhaustive, as Bingham himself states, but they are a pragmatic approach intended to amount to a partial definition and to be of use especially to judges in interpreting or applying the rule of law. The rule of law also requires something else, however. Another feature of the rule of law is the democratic process, the separation of powers. Therefore, it is not, first of all, the democratic process is not just the imposition of the will of the majority on the minority, but includes taking serious account of the will and aspirations of the minorities. The implementation of laws, moreover, by agents of the state, be they ever so high or low in the hierarchy, like ministers, and by the way, you know what ministers, those of you who were here yesterday know what the word minister means. It comes from Latin ministrare, to serve, and not to be served, okay? Like ministers, the Attorney General, Governor of the Central Bank, permanent secretaries, policemen, even public health auxiliaries, which is the euphemistic term usually for, you know, very low grade employees in the public service, I mean, who look after the streets and so on and so forth. Everyone, they should always be subject to independent verification and check. Also important for the rule of law is that this verification and check is public. And especially when inquiries are being held, these inquiries into some alleged form of maladministration, these inquiries should, in principle, or at least the important ones, should be public, should always be public. And the outcome of those inquiries should be made public immediately after the inquiry has been concluded. What is crucial for the rule of law to be effective is the genuine predisposition, the attitude of those in any position of power to give practical effect to the functional aspects of any such definition. In other words, to go beyond political posturing and beyond paying merely lip service to its precepts. I remember when I was in Strasbourg, I once had a minor incident. I had a temporary loss of memory. It's called ictus amnésique transitoire. And when I was coming back to my normal self in hospital, the consultant who was there said, look here, Judge, you don't have to be worried, because recently we had a politician who also had an ictus amnésique transitoire. I said, please don't compare me to politicians. Politicians, with all due respect, I hope no one will be offended. But I said, politicians promise heaven and earth, in the run-up to the elections, but then they somehow get an ictus amnésique permanent, a permanent loss of memory immediately after they are elected to power. So please, don't compare me with those. Anyway, he turned to my wife and he said, okay, he's getting back to normal now. And I was discharged from the hospital. And the final thing is, but I won't go into this because it will take me too much time and I want now to take questions, is the notion of positive obligations. In other words, that the state must not only not breach fundamental human rights, but must also take positive action to ensure that those fundamental human rights are not breached by third persons, by non-state actors. And that is the end. So I now welcome any questions which yesterday neither I nor my very good friend Chief Justice Adel Omar Sharif could take. The compare will have to assess the time left and the number of questions, because quite frankly, I've lost track on my wristwatch. Oh, brilliant. Oh, we're brilliant. Okay, so you control the situation, madam, okay? And if the question is too difficult and I can't answer it, I will ask Chief Justice Adel Omar Sharif to answer. I'll take the easy ones, you take the difficult ones, Adel, okay? Agreed.
Students, I hope you realized what a scholarly talk this was about the rule of law. The fact that rule of law, what is it? It's neither a rule nor is it a law. It is an attitude. It's an incredibly important insight. So many it was just full of insights and, classical allusions, drawing on principles of law as it has evolved over the centuries, citing Cicero, citing, the Magna Carta, and so on, important legal documents and important thinkers and philosophers who've thought about law, and how the principles of law have evolved and what are some of those pillars of law. So it's time for this. I just wanted you to give Sir an incredible, thunderous applause for an amazing, amazing session.
And to add to that, Sir was not the designated speaker for this panel. We requested him, and he, as usual, with his exuberance of spirit, said yes, I would love to interact with the children. So I think he deserves a double round of applause there.
Yes, it's a better individual question, because otherwise we might run into the afternoon, I'm afraid.
Jayajagat sir, people are at war. UN as an organization to maintain peace should intervene and stop conflicts. Does this not build a case for an increase of military power with the UN?
Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. It is trite knowledge, I think, it is trite knowledge that the United Nations intervenes in war situations only when those situations do not affect the vital interests of one or other of the superpowers. When it affects the vital interests of one or other of the superpowers, it's very difficult to intervene. In fact, it's impossible to intervene because of what we've been hearing about the right to veto. Yes, you're absolutely right.
So in addition to it, I would like to ask that...
Could you give a chance to someone else, and let's leave out supplementary questions, please?
Honorable judges, my question is for the former Chief Justice of Malta. We all know that we are moving into the future. So do you think that ICT and digitization will bring revolution in the human development, education, health, and employment? Can you please share some views on it?
Who will be IC? What's this?
Digital technology. Computation.
That's one of the questions I was afraid of. It's an area about which I know very little. Could we pass on to the next question, please? There I have to display my ignorance, my total ignorance of the subject. I'm not prepared to answer a question that I might give the wrong answer to. I'm sorry. You seem to know more about it than I do. Well done. Yes.
Good morning, Honorable Sir. My question to you is that there have been numerous cases regarding nepotism, bribery, corruption in the governments as well as in the private sector. How can the general public be made aware of their rights, and what is the integral role that the judiciary of the world can play in it?
Well, how can they be made aware of their rights? There are two fundamental issues. First is education, and the other important pillar, which is a check on the executive, a check, in other words, a control of the executive, is independent investigative journalism. That is important. Those two, and of course you can have also a third pillar, which is civil society, NGOs, who actually reveal these acts of corruptions and may take even some measures. I mean, if it is, for instance, known that a certain firm, a certain company, a certain conglomerate is in cahoots with a particular government, name and shame. Name that, and then it's up to the citizens to refuse to buy from that particular brand of products. Why not? That is not, we don't have, as far as I know anymore, what we used to call libel, I don't remember, libel of trade, where you slander sort of the name of a company. At least in most modern jurisdictions you don't have that anymore. Okay? Slander of title, pardon. The word was slander of title. It's an old concept. In most jurisdictions nowadays that has disappeared. So this is the way how, at national domestic level, one could actually fight corruption even from the private sector. Okay?
Sir, I would like to thank you for taking your time out to be here. My question is, even on a national level...
He's from the Cambridge campus, and yesterday we exchanged notes about Cambridge, as I'm a former Cambridge student as well.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so my question to you is this. Human rights are not only violated on an international level within war crimes, but also on a national level. Because you were talking about the rule of law, how do you think the rule of law could be evolved on a regional level to protect these people, especially in rural areas? Like in India, we have a lot of villages whose human rights are violated on a daily basis.
Well, you're right. I think violations of fundamental human rights take place more on a domestic, local level than on an international level. Of course, when we're speaking of a war, there the violation is more in the public eye, number-wise, you know. But true, there are violations, constant violations. Well, that depends really on the setup of the state and on individuals to actually, and there again I emphasize the importance of NGOs. You see, even in Strasbourg, for instance, some of the most important cases were not brought by individuals, but were brought by NGOs on behalf of certain individuals. Like, I don't remember the case right now, the name, a particular individual who was left abandoned in an orphanage after he became of age, somewhere in the mountains of Romania. This was about 15, 20 years ago. When the NGO visited him, he was dying. Why? Because he was not being fed, he was not being clothed properly. Okay? The NGO brought the case against Romania, and the Romanian government, the first thing it said was, oh, sorry, it's only individuals who can bring complaints, applications. The court said, no, if the NGO has already engaged itself to act on behalf of an individual, then it has locus standi, or locus standi, depending on one's degree of Latinity, in that particular case. And, you know, the case against Romania was won. By the way, this person had by that time died, so the compensation went to his next of kin, if he had any, I don't remember. But in any case, the Romanian government was made to change drastically the situation of people in mental hospitals, because he happened to be not only an orphan, but a handicapped, mentally handicapped orphan, and in mental institutions. Yes.
Honorable Judge, I am Guneet Kaur from CMS Ayodhya Road campus, and my question is that what are the challenges, opportunities does your country face in achieving gender equality and empowering women as a key component of human development?
Which country? My country? Well, I must say that in my country we have taken huge steps forward for getting gender equality, even in Parliament, for instance. There's a gender equality mechanism which works in Parliament, so that if there is a, I don't know how it works because I'm totally inept at mathematics, okay? I can only count till 10 because we have 10 fingers. Beyond that, I'm hopeless. But there is a mechanism which ensures a certain proportionality of women to be elected. We have proportional representation, not the first past the post system as in the United Kingdom, for instance. It's a very complicated system. So it's possible, because of this complication, to actually have this gender mechanism. Women are still underrepresented in the public sector, especially in the higher echelons and the higher ranks of the civil service. If you think of the number of permanent secretaries that we have in Malta, I think the percentage of women must be something like 10% of women are represented, or 10% of permanent secretaries, not parliamentary secretary, I mean permanent secretary is a civil servant, only 10% are women. But we are making progress, yes.
Good morning, sir. How does the United Nations and other international organizations aim to tackle the problem of corruption in countries, ensuring that funds are effectively and positively used to combat problems and challenges further degrading our human rights?
Well, this is an issue both of the functioning of the United Nations, but also an issue of the obligations that states may have. Let me give you how it has been partially tackled within the Council of Europe, and the Council of Europe is not the European Union, of course, the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe tackled the principle of corruption by having a system under the name of GRECO. It's called Group of States Against Corruption. What does this mean? that all members of the Council of Europe, actually originally it was a voluntary, so some member states of the Council of Europe could not opt out, could opt out of Greco, or rather not join Greco. But of course, out of shame, everyone signed up to Greco. So what happens is that Greco goes to all the member states and assesses every, I don't know, 4 or 5 years what progress that particular country has made in combating corruption at the judicial level, at the executive level, at the investigative level by the police. I mean, you may have a perfectly good judicial system, but if the investigation is not done properly, and please bear with me that we have a system like in the United Kingdom, investigation is not carried out by judges themselves, as in France and in many continental countries, but by police officers. And unfortunately, the IQ of police officers leaves much to be desired. So if the investigation is faulty, okay, the judge, the case can never proceed to court, you see. But with the pressure exercised by Greco on the various countries, a lot of improvement has come about, both in my country and in other countries. And don't believe that only Malta or Italy or Greece have this problem. Even established countries like Germany and Sweden and Denmark have problems of corruption. Of course, they may not be so glaring, because normally those countries, the Nordic countries, as soon as they see corruption, boom, they shoot it down in flames immediately. But in the southern countries, we are a bit more relaxed. Yes, perhaps one final question?
Sir, I would appreciate your effort for answering our questions so patiently. So my question would be that being the former Chief Justice of Malta, could you please answer as, could you tell us about the major challenges that you faced in dealing with cases related to human rights violation?
Well, to be honest, when it came to cases dealing with human rights violations in Malta, since Malta has also domesticated, transposed into domestic law the European Convention on Human Rights, and therefore all the case law, all the jurisprudence of the European Convention of Human Rights is now applicable even by the local courts, I don't think that I had really any great difficulty. There were issues, for instance, dealing with, I don't know, with criminal proceedings, but they were technical, very procedural issues which I can't explain, which caused some problems. But basically, I don't think I had any real issues when dealing with constitutional violations of fundamental human rights. I say constitutional issues because in Malta, breaches of fundamental human rights are dealt with by the constitutional jurisdictions, okay? By a court of first instance, and then by way of appeal to the Constitutional Court.
Thank you.
Okay?
So as we are we are over that 15 minutes, so I've asked the students to write down their questions, and maybe you can just go through them and give a kind of a summation, because there's another speaker left.
Yes, of course.
And
I can do that.
And then at the end of the session, you can just simply, on the basis of the questions,
Sure.
we could have that. Thank you, students. Please put down your questions. Sir has provided.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Justice Gaetano. Thank you, sir. That was really, I think you all enjoyed it. Understanding and laughing with him. I think let's put our hands together for his spirited answers. And we are getting the questions written down, and sir will be summing up the answers at the end of the session. So may I now invite Honorable Shri Ratan Chandra Gupta ji, the Secretary of this conference and the Secretary of City Montessori Schools, for his address. Please put your hands together.
Honorable Chief Guest of this session, His Excellency Mr. Cecil Addy Moinzon, GOSK, Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius. Honorable Chief Justices, His Excellencies, respected principals, teachers, dear children and friends. Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharti Gandhi, I think she has left, and Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, who is a very source of support. I will especially like to mention Honorable Mr. Justice Vincent A. Di Gaetano, who has been a great source of inspiration and support during these conferences. I want to mention that in the year 2007, in the conference, he helped drafting the resolution, which has taken the present shape. Not only helped, but himself drafted that particular resolution. I feel extremely grateful to Honorable Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif, first Vice President of the Constitutional Court of Egypt. He has become a part of this constitution, and he has been our not only supporter but guide also. We are grateful to you, sir. This conference, the 24th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World, has been very important insofar as we have not only privileged to listening to the speakers, views of the Honorable Chief Justices, judges, and political leaders from many countries, but also views of prominent learned persons of repute from around the world, USA, Switzerland, Germany, Australia, Belgium, Sweden, and other countries. Information and knowledge imparted by them and their views in respect of global governance structure, environment, international law, and respect for global governance structure, environment, and international law, and on many other issues. Their thought-provoking views should lead to action at global stage, we must not believe. I appreciate the concern about the global governance expressed by our dear students of City Montessori School. I hope that with the knowledge they are gaining here and which is being inculcated in them, they will grow into responsible world citizens and they become global leaders in future and pioneers of change. Okay? We will become pioneers of change, I believe, in future. Ladies and gentlemen, present cause of worry for all of us is about war in Europe and in the Middle East, which has caused large-scale death and destruction of man and material. And there is no perceptible sign of show end of these wars, which have adversely affected world economy, disrupted flow of energy and supplies to some of the countries, jeopardizing food security and energy to some of the countries. Many of the global leaders from various countries have urged to settle disputes by negotiations for the early ending of the war and conflicts. But their appeal seems to have no effect. This has now created apprehension of a large-scale war, and are we heading for another war? There is apprehension in our minds of the dangers of another war. As you know, the League of Nations were created after the First World War, and UNO was created after the Second World War. Are we waiting for the Third War to create an institution of peace and development and harmony with better, say, terms and conditions or better mechanism to settle disputes and to end conflicts and wars? The UNO and its organs, especially the Security Council, have failed to provide solutions to the ceaseless problem of wars and conflict. I want to mention that we at these conferences have been propagating the idea of a world parliament leading to the formation of world government and world court of justice. But for this, some political leaders have to take a lead. India is one of the largest countries of the world, with its philosophy of in Vedas teaching humanity, spirituality, culture, unity, peace, and universality of religion. The Indian ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam teaches that the world is a family, and it denotes unity, love, peace in the family, and common interest for advancement of global family. Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has said, I quote, "The onus of creating a new world order for the post-COVID-19 period lies on our shoulders. The need of the hour is to show concrete and collective resolve to ensure peace, harmony, and security in the world." Unquote. He also had said that multilateral institutions such as the UNO have been unsuccessful on these issues, and we all have failed to make suitable reforms in them, say after about 78 years since its inception in 1945. In the previously held conferences here, this view has been expressed and recommended in the form of resolutions, and these views were made for review of the UN Charter for its reform. But veto powers of 5 countries is the greatest impediment who do not want to relegate their authority. The UN Charter, as you know, UN Charter itself provides for review of the Charter in its Article 109, which has not been done. I remember that I have read somewhere that although a meeting was held before end of the 10 years after creation of the United Nations, in which committees were formed, but no meeting of these committees were held. We do not know what happens, why these committees did not meet and did not make any recommendations. Now, according to the Secretary General, we have a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, according to the UN Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board's report of April 2023, at the 2024 summit of the Europe, an announcement will be made to hold a UN Charter Review Conference. We hope and that recommendations of the committee will contain present-day requirements of this global wage and will be consented to by all members of the member nations, including the veto power nations. But here, the question is that when the recommendation will be out, when the announced committee will meet, its mere announcement will not be enough, I think. So it will take a lot of time. Let us see what happens, but we must all hope that it will be done soon and will be accepted by all member nations. Ladies and gentlemen, global warming and climate change is seriously impacting our planet, our life, and needs not only our attention but our immediate action. Decision reached and agreements made at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, held at Paris in 2015, was a significant step to limit the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius, according to the given time frame. The UN Climate Conference, COP27, at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, held in November 2022, raised inter alia the question of climate finance, with emphasis that it is the duty of the developed countries who are historical polluters to share burden and fulfill their financial pledge made several years ago. We hope that the COP28 to be held in Dubai later this month will be a further step in this direction. We all hope we should be very positive about the results. But the cause of concern is that concrete steps are not being taken, and if taken by some countries, they are so very negligible that no change has taken place after the Paris conference. As citizens of this world, all of us have a duty. We have responsibility to contribute in reducing global warming and abjure in activities leading to global pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many other problems and issues which need urgent attention, like terrorism, extremism, problems of poverty, human rights violations. People need development. People don't need tanks, they don't need jet fighters, not weapons of mass destruction, and so on. In some poor countries, there are conflict zones, and the poor countries, the developed countries, supply them arms, and the conflicts increase, wars increase. So that makes the poor countries all the more poorer by importing arms and ammunition. According to the International Peace Research Institute, CIPRI, expenditure on defense by various countries of the world during the year 2022 was estimated as equivalent to $2.4 billion. A very small, that is minuscule percentage of this expenditure can meet the requirements of universal education, basic health and nutrition for children, clean water and sanitation worldwide, eradication of hunger and poverty, and can meet many other problems confronting humanity. For this, mindsets have to change, for construction and not destruction. We need construction, not destruction. In many areas of the world, serious conflicts on religious lines. There are serious conflicts on religious lines, which is a cause of worry and must be addressed. Religion is for realization, self-realization. We must understand that religion is for self-realization, for creating an atmosphere of love, unity, peace, and moral development, not for creating enmity and conflicts. However, let us hope that the atmosphere of hatred will change, as in this Urdu couplet. नफरतों ने हर तरफ से घेर रखा है हमें, जब ये दीवारें गिरेंगी रास्ता हो जाएगा. I will like to quote another couplet. मेरे आशियाँ का तो गम न कर, ये जल रहा है तो जला करे, मगर इन हवाओं को तो रोक दे, ये सवाल सावरे चमन का है. War in a particular country, as in the present we apprehend, there is apprehension of large-scale war, which must be contained. We hope world leaders shall work for dismantling the barriers of hatred and create conditions for a world full of unity, peace and love, for human welfare and for sustainable development, so as make this world a better place to live in. Otherwise, what will happen? Otherwise, future generations will blame us for inaction. They blame us that we have not done on this front of this climate, especially the reducing climate, meeting the climate problem. It is our binding duty, therefore, it is our binding duty to bequeath to future generations a better inheritance than that inherited by us. Lordships and Excellencies, this is the last day of the conference. On the basis of the views expressed in plenary and parallel sessions, draft of a resolution has been prepared and has been reviewed and amended by a committee of Honorable Chief Justices, Senior Judges and Excellencies in a meeting last evening. The draft, so reviewed and amended, will be placed for consideration in the final plenary session this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. We earnestly urge all Honorable Chief Justices, Honorable Judges, Excellencies participating in this conference to remain present in the final plenary session at 3:30 here in this auditorium for consideration of the resolution. Your presence and your support will add value and gravity to the message of the conference through the resolution that will be adopted here in this conference. We hope that your resolution will be taken notice of and motivate world leaders to take action as per your recommendations in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shri Ratan Chand Gupta ji, Chacha ji for us. Time to go back to the questions that were put to Justice Gaetano. He has agreed to answer, in a summation. So we'll take 2 more minutes, and I request Justice Gaetano to please come to the dais and answer the questions he already has with him. And Tea has been served in the lounge for the delegates, so judges can, if they wish, they can proceed while Justice Gaetano will interact with the students for a few minutes.
I can actually use the and go there with the microphone if you want to. Sure. Well, I was thinking actually of going down there and answering the question next to the, but I don't want to sound discourteous to my colleagues in the front rows. So for the moment, I'll answer the questions from here. I have four questions. I have to admit that if these 4 questions had been put to me in a law exam, I would have failed it. So. I can't because I haven't seen those questions yet. What is, okay. I mean, if this happened in Parliament, accountability would be fantastic because, you know, Parliament ministers, the Prime Minister, parliamentary secretaries would have to answer so many questions that there would be no problem of accountability. Everything would be transparent. The first question is, what is the responsibility of judges when their personal opinions are in conflict with the rule of law in a case before them? Now, notionally, let me try and remove this because it's causing a lot of sound. Notionally, there cannot be any conflict of interest between a judge and the notion of the rule of law. Because if there is a conflict between the personal opinions of a judge and the notions of the rule of law, then that person should not be a judge in the first place. The problem there is with his appointment. What I think this question is all about is if there is a conflict of interest between the case that is being decided and the judge in person. In other words, if there is a conflict of interest, like for instance, if the outcome of the judgment may be of benefit to the judge himself. Well, in that case, in all jurisdictions, there is the procedure of abstention of judges. The judge should abstain, and the case is transferred, usually by the Chief Justice, to another judge. If the judge does not abstain, and of course one of the parties knows about this conflict of interest, then the party or both parties may challenge the judge so that he is recused, we say. He has to step down. So that is the answer to the first question. The second question is, how can the legal profession contribute to fostering a culture of respect for human rights within the judiciary? I think the role of the legal profession is not so much to foster a culture of respect for human rights within the judiciary as to foster a culture of respect and knowledge about human rights in the public in general. Of course, first of all, the legal profession, lawyers, must be trained and well prepared in the fundamentals of fundamental human rights. Let me give you an example. It took almost 25 years for the first case from Malta to wind its way up to Strasbourg on the issue of positive obligations. And I'll give you an example, of this. This was a case dealing with asbestos poisoning. or asbestosis, which is damage to the lungs because asbestos is being cut, and asbestos partitions and asbestos parts were a common feature of ships, merchant ships, and all sorts of ships, including military vessels, up to some time ago. When the Maltese dockyard, the naval dockyard, passed into the hands of the Maltese government in 1964, the Maltese government then gave the administration of the naval dockyard, now a civil dockyard, to private companies. These private companies continued to ignore for years the dangers of asbestos, and workers at the dockyard were being constantly exposed to this danger year after year. There were even a number of fatalities. People died of asbestosis. Yet very little was done by these companies. So now it's not a violation by the state because the companies work independently. Yet, because the state knew or ought to have known that there was this danger and did not legislate adequately to stop the private companies running the dockyard from actually continuing to harm the workers, the state of Malta was found in breach of fundamental human rights, in breach of several provisions of the Convention, notably Article 2, 3, and 8 of the Convention, in a case which was decided about 7 years ago or 8 years ago, Brincat, B-R-I-N-C-A-T, against Brincat and others against Malta. Again, why did it take so long for the case to wind its way up through the courts in Malta and then finally to the European Court of Human Rights? Because lawyers, and in this case even judges in Malta, because the judges dismissed the application because they were not finely tuned to the notion of positive obligations, because in this case both lawyers and judges were not finely tuned to this concept. So yes, education is very important in that respect. What international treaties, this is the third question, what international treaties and arguments related to human rights influence your court's decisions? I presume this is the courts in Malta. Well, first of all, you must remember that in Malta, a treaty signed by Malta is not automatically part of the law of Malta. It has to be transposed into domestic law, like the European Convention Act, for instance. However, in the interpretation of the law, I think there are two international documents, which are of particular significance and to which the courts in Malta pay a lot of attention. One of them is the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which has as its first provision, it's not even found in the European Convention on Human Rights, it's found only in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, the protection of the right to human dignity. Human dignity must be protected at all costs. The very first article of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So that's one. And then they also give a lot of attention to the International Convention on the Child, the United Nations Convention on the Child. Those are the two instruments that come to mind immediately. Fourth and final question. How can the balance be struck between judicial independence and accountability in cases of human rights violations? Now, quite frankly, I'm not quite sure I understand this, because this seems to suggest that when a court is deciding a human rights issue, it has to act according to what someone tells it, and so on and so forth. How can a balance be struck between judicial independence and accountability? Let's put it clearly. One way of holding judges to account is by ensuring that proceedings are held in public and that the judgments are made public as well. That is the biggest form of judicial accountability. Okay? Beyond that, there may be a court of appeal to review a wrong decision by a lower court. But beyond that, it's not, if you say, for instance, well, but then the judges of the highest court, of the Supreme Court, or of the Court of Cassation, or of the Constitutional Court, then they are corrupt. Well, then the situation is impossible in that country, and that is an issue of really bad governance. I hope I have answered those 4 questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for putting such intelligent questions, and difficult ones as well.
Yeah, thank you, Justice Gaetano. And let me just share something which he said when I gave the questions. He said, if they were coming on an exam, I was sure to fail. So, but I think he has satisfied us. Let's put our hands together again for him. And it's time for me to thank all the panelists for giving us of their valuable time, sharing their wisdom and insight with us this morning. Thank you, sirs and ma'am, and please proceed to the lounge from here for the tea break. Thank you so much. And we don't have as such a scheduled break, but we will move into a short presentation by Mrs. Helen Kim, Chief Branch Manager, HWPL Global, in the next 2 minutes here. And at 12 o'clock, we will have the next plenary. Over to my colleague and co-compare, Vera Hajela, ma'am.
Greetings, everyone. This is Helen Kim, the Chief Manager of HWPL Global 3 branch from South Korea. Every year, the International Conference of Chief Justice of the World presents us the direction of the education that can save the humanity and achieve world peace. So I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bhatti Gandhi, and Dr. Gita Gandhi, to all involved who have provided this opportunity to give a speech on this noble occasion so that students can dream of peace. So, 저는 이번에 여기 참석한 CMS 학생들께서 대법원장님 앞에서 평화의 세상을 만들자고 당당하게 요청하는 모습을 봤고 또 이 모습에서 CMS의 정신을 목도하게 되었습니다.
I have seen the CMS students who are present here today confidently request to create a peaceful world to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. This is where I could truly witness the CMS spirit.
여러분들은 평화하면 어떤 것이 먼저 생각이 나실까요?
What is the first thing that comes to mind when thinking of peace?
자유와 사랑, 정의와 같은 긍정적인 생각들도 있겠지만 불확실함과 모호함, 의구심도 많이 들 것입니다.
There may be some positive ideas associated with liberty, love, and justice. But don't you also feel a lot of uncertainty, ambiguity, and doubt?
이러한 평화에 대한 의구심, 모호함을 해결하기 위해 이곳 세계대법관 회의에서 저명하신 전현직 대통령, 국가원수 및 대법관과 진행되는 수많은 이런 세션과 실질적인 논의가 많이 이루어져야 합니다.
To resolve these doubts and ambiguities of peace, it is crucial to have substantive discussions like the sessions with prominent former and current president, head of states, and Supreme Court Justice in International Conference of Chief Justice of the World.
CMS 주최한 세계대법관 회의 같이 HWPL은 이와 같은 정신으로 세계 평화를 위한 실질적 논의를 하고 있음을 목격했습니다. 이에 저 또한 최근에 성공적으로 마무리된 HWPL의 월드 피스 서밋에 대한 소중한 경험들을 공유드리겠습니다.
I have witnessed that the International Conference of Chief Justice of the World is also engaged in practical discussions for world peace with the same spirit as HWPL. In light of this, I will share my experiences recently concluded HWPL World Peace Summit.
제도적 평화를 위한 다각적 전략 실행이라는 주제로 이루어진 이번 행사에서 국제법과 종교, 교육, 청년, 여성, 언론 분야의 각 대표들이 4일간 약 30개 세션에 참석해 법적 구속력 있는 평화국제법 제정을 위한 실질적이고 실행 가능한 전략을 분야별뿐 아니라 국가별로도 모여 논의하는 시간을 가졌습니다.
HWPL also successfully held the 9th anniversary of the September 18th HWPL World Peace Summit recently in Incheon, South Korea for 4 days, with about 1,800 people participating from 112 countries around the world, including the United States, the Philippines, Mindanao, South Korea, Thailand, Romania, and India.
행사에 참석한 인원 모두가 자국에서 실행할 실질적인 평화 사업의 이행을 위해 공동성명에 서명하는 것을 직접 목격했습니다. HWPL은 이들과 약속한 평화의 발전 결과를 2024년 제10주년 만국회의에서 공표할 것입니다.
At this event, held under the theme of building multidimensional strategies for institutional peace, exposed and representative from the field of international law, religion, education, youth, women, and the media attended approximately 30 sessions over 4 days to discuss practical strategies for the establishment of the legally binding international law for peace. We had time to discuss not only by sector, but also by country.
또한 HWPL은 행사 경고 발표에서 중미의회뿐 아니라 176개국 시민사회로부터 약 90만 건의 지지를 받고 있는 DPCW의 성과와 민간 차원의 평화협정의 예시인 민다나오 사례를 소개했습니다.
In the event progress report presentation, HWPL highlighted the global support toward the DPCW. The DPCW gained support from Central America Parliament as well as approximately 900,000 signatures from civil society of 160 countries.
2014년 1월 24일 HWPL은 한국전쟁 참석 용사인 이만희 대표님을 중심으로 민다나오 지역 대표들에게 평화협정을 제안하여 40년간 이어온 민다나오 종교 간 분쟁을 중재했습니다.
On January 24, 2014, Chairman Man-hee Lee of HWPL, who is a Korean War veteran, proposed a peace agreement to local representative in Mindanao, and it successfully mediated the inter-religious conflict in Mindanao that had lasted for 40 years.
필리핀 민다나오는 말로만 하는 평화, 일회성이 아니라 매년마다 평화의 성취와 발전에 대한 좋은 사례가 되었습니다.
Philippines Mindanao has become an excellent example of not just taking about peace, but achieving and advancing peace every year.
정부도 해내지 못하는 평화의 일을 시민사회의 평화 여지를 담아 이룬 것이며 이와 같은 성과는 이 대표님을 비롯한 HWPL 회원들의 실질적 평화를 위한 노력의 좋은 결실이 되었습니다.
This achievement is significant as it represents the will for peace from the civil society, accomplishing what government couldn't achieve. Such results serve as a remarkable example of the practical effort of HWPL members, including Chairman Lee, for real peace.
이는 평화의 시작이며 오늘날까지 HWPL은 많은 분쟁 지역들의 문제를 해결하기 위해 일하고 있으니 세계 평화의 좋은 결과들을 기대해 봅니다.
This is the beginning of peace, and up to this day, HWPL has been actively addressing issues in many conflict regions, raising expectations for positive results toward the global world.
사랑하는 저와 여러분이 지속가능한 평화를 실현할 수 있는 법적 장치가 필요합니다. 이를 위한 분쟁의 예방과 해결, 평화세계 유지의 원칙과 방법을 닫는 것이 DPCW이고 실제적인 국제법이 만들어질 수 있도록 HWPL은 시민의 풀뿌리 운동을 기반한 LP 프로젝트를 시행하고 있습니다.
When you turn on the news these days, we hear a lot of news about conflict in this world. In this unsustainable situation, people like you and I who love peace need a legal mechanism in order to realize sustainable peace. The DPCW is what holds the principles and methods for preventing and resolving conflict and maintaining a peaceful world.
이런 LP 프로젝트의 일환으로 HWPL은 대학생들과 교수님들과 함께 2020년부터 DPCW 핸드백 토의 프로젝트를 진행하고 있고 이 프로젝트의 모든 결과는 대통령과 장관, 대법원장 등 국가 원수들에게 전달이 되고 있습니다.
As a part of the LP project, HWPL has been conducting the DPCW handbook discussion with university students and professors from 2020 to the present. The result of this project are being delivered to head of state, including the president, ministers, and chief justice of the Supreme Court, and more plans to implement the DPCW handbook discussion in the future.
특히 HWPL의 세계 종교 평화 아카데미가 7월 한 달간 진행됐습니다. 불교, 기독교, 힌두교, 이슬람교, 시크교 5개 교단 종교 지도자가 자신의 종교 경서를 바탕으로 강의를 진행하였고 108개국에서 1388명의 종교 지도자가 수강을 했습니다.
Especially International Religious Peace Academy online lecture was held in July 2023. The International Religious Peace Academy showcased lectures from prominent religious leaders from Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, and Sikhism. A total of 1,388 religious leaders from 108 countries attended the lecture series.
HWPL은 진정한 종교 평화와 화합의 길을 제시하고 있습니다.
HWPL presents a path to true religious peace and harmony.
또한 HWPL은 시민사회의 평화 확산을 위한 노력의 일환으로 세계 많은 학교와 교육자와 학생들과 함께 평화 일을 하고 있고 그 목적은 평화 가치관과 정신으로 학생들을 교육하여 평화 문화를 이끌어가는 평화 시민을 양성하는 것입니다.
Also, HWPL is cooperating with numerous schools, educators, and students all over the world in effort to foster peace within the global civil society. The purpose lies in cultivating students with the spirit and value of peace, so that these students can learn to lead a culture of peace in the future.
저는 교육과 평화볼장 발언을 이루는 현장인 CMS 세계 대법관 회의 행사에 참여하게 되어 큰 감명을 받았습니다.
I was very impressed to participate in the International Conference of Chief Justice of the World, the site of the development of education and peace culture.
2001년 5월부터 시작된 이 유의미한 행사를 이끌어주시는 모든 관계자분들의 노력에 경의를 표합니다. 종교 인정, 국가, 언어를 초월하여 평화를 향한 열정으로 우리는 하나가 될 수 있습니다.
I would like to pay this tribute to the effort of Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji, Dr. Bhati Gandhiji, and Professor Gita Gandhiji, and all others who are leading this meaningful event which began in May 2001. Beyond the religion, races, nation, and language, we can become one with a passion for peace.
여기 계신 모든 분들도 평화 시민으로 함께 하실 것이죠.
Will everyone present here today join us as peace citizen?
네, 우리는 평화를 이룰 수 있습니다. We are one.
We can make world peace. We are one. Thank you.
네.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you so very much for that very meaningful presentation. Thank you to our members from Korea. And may I now request the children to settle down, because we'll move ahead with the next session, which is again an interactive session between the speakers and the children. Some of the children, I think, presumably are moving to the basement for the parallel session. However, the others need to settle down as soon as possible so that we can move ahead with the session. Kids to my left need to settle down very quickly. All the children who are moving about need to settle down. Thank you. The ones to my left who are standing, please settle down. Settle down. It's time now for me to invite two very eminent speakers to the dais. Honorable Dr. Joshua Lincoln, Senior Fellow, Fletcher School Center for International Law and Governance, Tufts University, United States of America. Children, put your hands together to welcome our honorable speaker, Dr. Joshua Lincoln, Senior Fellow, Fletcher School Center for International Law and Governance, Tufts University, USA. Kindly take your seat, sir. Thank you so very much. It's also my privilege to invite our second speaker for the session, Honorable Ms. Justice Roseanne George Witcher, Acting Chief Justice, Guyana. Put your hands together, boys and girls, and welcome our next speaker, Honorable Ms. Justice Roseanne George Witcher, Acting Chief Justice, Guyana. Ma'am is coming up on the dais. And it'll be nice if the children can be seated in the hall, ma'am, if the numbers are few. Beg your pardon? Okay. So shall we wait? All right. So while the kids are moving out, and as you can see, children, our eminent speakers are up on the dais. The ones in the hall, can you put your hands together and welcome the speakers? Also, I want you to understand that this is going to be an interactive session where you can pose your questions to our eminent speakers and have your valuable interactions with them. Today, the rise of autocratic leaders, public disillusionment with partisan politics, and the general decline in the quality of leadership in government are all increasing the risks of fundamental instabilities that could precipitate major crises. Faced with such a complex set of threats to human civilization, how do we find a way forward? And that's a pertinent question. To be able to do justice to this and much more, we'll have the privilege of listening to Honorable Dr. Joshua Lincoln, Senior Fellow, Fletcher School Center for International Law and Governance, Tufts University, US.
Article 51 of the Constitution of India for global justice, world unity and world peace, welcoming distinguished jurists, eminent parliamentarians, legal experts and peace promoters from across the globe. A grand inauguration in the presence of the chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Marie Cyril Eddy Boisson, GOSK, Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius, Guest of Honor Mrs. Sushma Kharakwal, Mayor of Lucknow, students and staff of CMS Kanpur Road campus through cultural performances displayed in all its glory and grandeur the four building blocks of CMS education, that of universal values, global understanding, service to the world, and excellence in all things.
So it's over to the children, as you can see in front of you, the young babies, in fact girls, dressed in the beautiful yellow ensemble for that special welcome dance. We have our CMS students of the primary section of City Montessori School, Kanpur Road campus, to present the all-religion prayer.
त्याग मूर्ति तू शांत चित्त तू योग रूप संसारी दया प्रेमान मानवतेचे प्रतीक तुझी ईश्वरी ईश्वर की सेवा कोई और है क्या जो दूर करे कठिनाइयाँ
पक्के तेरे कच्चे तेरे झूठे तेरे सच्चे तेरे सानू पार लंघा दो सतगुर असी अनजाने बच्चे तेरे वाह गुरु वाह वाह गुरु वाह वाह गुरु वाह वाह He will make a way. He will make a way. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way.
ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु चाहे कहो श्री राम ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु चाहे कहो श्री राम मालिक सबका एक है अलग अलग है नाम मालिक सबका एक है अलग अलग है नाम.
And we'll now begin with segment 1. And this is being led by the first band group, the Celebrity Drummers. Ladies and gentlemen. Majestic, magical, grand, and look what we have here. The logo of CMS, City Montessori School, a journey of 64 years, ladies and gentlemen. The glorious
journey of City Montessori School, the school which began with 5 children in the year 1959, today has 61,000 students across 21 campuses across the Lucknow city. 64 years of elegance indeed. We also have our children carrying the flags of the United Nations, and the girls will also come along with globes in their hands. The style, matchless. The swag, matchless.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Jai Jagat. You're not doing well enough. Jai Jagat. Up in the balcony. Up in the balcony. Jai Jagat. Fantastic. It's lovely to see the children here. Full house. Post-lunch session. A very warm welcome to everybody present here for the 5th plenary session of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. And we have with us our eminent panelists this afternoon, Honorable Miss Justice Sonia Angela Bertram Linton, Judge Supreme Court of Jamaica, Honorable Miss Justice Maria Teresa Valente, Judge Supreme Court Mozambique, Honorable Mr. Justice Mangadoba Sow, President, 2nd Criminal Chamber, Supreme Court, Guinea, and Dr. Arthur Lyondell, PhD, President, International Environment Forum, Switzerland. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for our eminent panelists for the 5th plenary session. And we really look forward to fantastic deliberations, meaningful deliberations with many takeaways and reflection exercises for all of us present here in this auditorium. So without a moment's delay, I'd like to invite our first speaker this afternoon, Honorable Miss Justice Sonia Angela Bertram Linton, Judge Supreme Court of Jamaica. And you have a job to do, boys and girls.
Thank you so much. And I am very, very pleased to be here and to be a part of the movement that is taking place. And we're going to be talking about one of the topics that is so very near and dear to my heart because it speaks to our being able to preserve what God has given us and what nature allows us to enjoy. So, we're going to be talking about global warming. And one of the things that we have to be able to realize is that this is a problem that affects all of us. It affects not only those who live now, but it will affect everybody who is going to be living on the earth for centuries to come. And I know that you know so much of this information, but the more we speak of it and the more we bring attention to it, the better it will be. It is important for us to be sure to make the ideas relevant to everybody and to make sure that our children understand. The majority of the persons in here are from CMS, and my hope is that you understand exactly what the problem is that we are dealing with. So, you've all heard about global warming, and I think you have an idea of what it is, but I wanted to be sure to give you a good definition of it. Can everybody see the definition that's on the board? Okay, so let us say it together. It is an increase. No, remember we're saying it together. Let's say it together. Ready again. An increase in the Earth's atmospheric and oceanic temperatures widely predicted to occur due to an increase in the greenhouse effect resulting from pollution. So it's good that you know exactly what it is that we're talking about. So if you ever have to explain it to your parents, if you ever have a friend who asks you, what is this thing that we've been talking about? I hear this term being bandied about. What is global warming? You'll be able to tell them because you have a good idea of what it is that we're speaking about. I'm happy for you to get an opportunity to write that off if you want to make sure that you're going to be able to remember it and to speak to others about it. That is going to be important. And of course, this picture is something that I put there because I want you to get a good idea of what we're talking about. A lot of the industrialized nations and from us producing certain things that cause damage to our environment. Before lunch, you had a talk from one of the speakers who spoke about plastics. And that is a good idea of one of the things that comes from the factories that affects us and that causes the pollution. Now, what is happening and why is the production in the factories causing us problems? That is because with more and more production of things like the plastics, it is becoming harder for us to be able to develop and to have what we know as a familiar climate. What is happening now is that the climate changes that are taking place around us are not doing well for a lot of the things that we are used to. So the familiar climates are changing. A good example is where I come from, in Jamaica. This year alone in Jamaica, we have had 5 earthquakes. 5 earthquakes. When I landed in India for this conference, I called home and my children said, Mom, we just had an earthquake. When I was growing up, when I was their age, not one earthquake. Not one. And for this year alone, 5. Unfamiliar climate. And that is because the earth is changing. There are areas that are drying up because of, the carbons, and there are areas that are being affected by the melting of the areas that are supposed to be solid ice. So we have the differences, and it is causing unfamiliar climate. This is a representation of just how much the changes are, and it can be seen in terms of the gradient of that graph. It is sometimes not very clear, but you can see that red line that speaks to the heating up and the warming that has taken place compared to the other 2 gray areas that were the usual types of temperatures that have been what we're used to. So now that you know what this climate change problem is about, we can see what some of the dangers are. Let's look at that. So when the earth is dry, it doesn't allow for us to have cultivation of crops and rearing of animals. Because remember now that most of the crops require a certain type of soil, a certain type of climatic condition, and a certain level of moisture in the ground, in the soil, for crops to come to fruition so we can have all of the things that we love to eat, and for our animals. for rearing animals who need the grass. So we'll have a lack of grass for the animals to feed on, and it provides for them and provides for the crops. So when the earth is continuously drier, when the climate conditions change, we do not have an ideal set of circumstances for us to be able to survive. So climate change affects our survival. The human element is going to be affected. When we have extreme heat, that produces reduced air quality. Reduced air quality leads in a lot of areas and in a lot of cases to the spread of diseases. And when we have the spread of diseases and the reduced air quality and the drying up of the earth, there are more natural disasters. So that would explain, for example, why there are some areas where you're getting much more earthquakes and hurricanes and tsunami and floods and all of the various things that have been affecting the earth more and more as we see climate change increasing. The biodiversity of the Arctic that we showed before is affected. It is seen when we see the Arctic melting. The biodiversity is a problem. The biodiversity in the coral reefs, that is the coral reefs in our oceans and in our seas, and the things that keep the balance in our environment. Climate change also has an effect on the economy. When we have earthquakes and floods and hurricanes, we have damage to property and infrastructure. While I was here in India about 2 days ago, how many of you heard about the earthquake in Nepal? That's right. That's right. And we heard about damage to structures. And the good thing I heard is that your country, India, is sending aid there to help. I was so happy to hear that. So that good stuff, good stuff. I was so happy because I said to them at home when I got here, I missed the earthquake that you had the other day, but guess what? While I was in India, I had one as well, so I didn't really miss it, did I? There you go. But thankfully, the strength of it was about the same as we had in Jamaica. The one that we had in Jamaica was 5.6 on the Richter scale. And the one a couple of days ago when I was here at the conference was about 5.9. They felt it at the epicenter, and you know the epicenter is the central point where it occurs, the focus. And they've had damage. They've had people who have died. And so you see the climate change going into an area that affects humanity. There is productivity that will be lost. You're going to lose on your tourism. All the people who come here to visit your lovely, lovely spots. Oh, I enjoyed my visit to the Taj Mahal. I enjoyed my visit to all of the lovely areas here in India. I really enjoy your plants and all the things I saw. That's one of the things I think is so beautiful about your country. These plants, I love plants. And of course, I don't have some of these back in Jamaica, and I was enjoying the lovely plants. All the climate change and the biodiversity is going to affect and diminish all of those. You can see here that these are various scenes that show disaster. These are things that have been occurring more and more all over the earth because of climate change, because of biodiversity, because of an increase in natural disasters. Now, the scientific community mostly, I think, agree that it is one of the biggest threats to the planet. And of course, we spoke about flooding, but there is also the aspect of drought. And of course, waves and wildfires. Most of you have heard of wildfires in certain countries that burn in ways that affect persons' housing and livelihood and crops and threaten all kinds of other things. These are the things that need to be looked at, and it must be done through cooperation. The essence of this conference, the essence of the learning here, and the core of the concept that I have experienced since I got here has been, how do we cooperate to solve our problems? And one of the big problems that we need to solve is that of climate change. The big one that affects humans, us, our survival, the survival of the human race, is going to be the problems of food security. We have as much to eat as we want in a lot of areas now, but it is going to become much more serious if we don't have secure food outlets. This is what is happening in a lot of the agricultural places throughout the world. The heating up of the crops, and of course, the drying up of the earth, the flooding in some areas, and in other areas, the drought that takes place. So that a lot of areas are not safe anymore in terms of the ability to produce food and to be able to feed the world's population. But we've been talking about the problem. What we need to do is, once we've identified this problem, let's talk about the solutions. Right? No use us whining about the problem. That's not going to help us. Who is trying to solve the problem? What are we doing to solve the problem? Play video, please.
Hey, the guy you see here takes 4 million pictures of planet Earth every single day.
Hi, my name's Will. We've launched 200 satellites that image the entire Earth every day.
This is a video you want to watch. I met Will at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Will was a scientist working at NASA for 6 years. One day, he noticed a problem. We take so many pictures of space, but we don't have enough pictures of Earth. It's too expensive to put a satellite in space to take a picture of the problems on Earth.
Satellites typically cost about $1 billion per satellite.
So he did something crazy. He and his friends invented a satellite that is as big as a loaf of bread, and that is 1,000 times cheaper than a normal satellite. It looks like this.
You want to see a satellite?
Yes, I do.
All right. This is the whole satellite. The camera is back here, so the telescope goes through the middle. The telescope looks down at the Earth, taking pictures of the whole planet every day.
They put an amazing camera in it and sent it to space. Right now, there are over 200 of these satellites circling the Earth, taking pictures of billions of trees, roads, houses, mountains, beaches on the entire landmass of planet Earth. And after 200 of these satellites, they discovered some very shocking stuff.
You should pay attention to this.
Now we can clearly see from space that the corals are dying. This is what the world has become. It changed from this to this, and this to this. The seas are drying. This is the Aral Sea from before. This is the Aral Sea after.
We have wiped out about 68% of the life on the planet.
The forests are changing. You can now finally see when someone is trying to illegally cut down trees, because we can track every tree in the forest. This is the incredible footage from the Amazon over 3 years, going from this to this. When people talk about climate change, it's no longer just an opinion. It's now something you can see. It's also something we can fix.
I do feel sad about it, but I also feel hopeful that we have the tools, and that the tools in the right people's hands, i.e. all of you, can help us to take care of the planet.
We can find damage before it's too late because we have real-time data, all thanks to the hundreds of satellites that Will and his team invented. This guy takes 4 million pictures of planet Earth every day just so we can save it. Hey, the guy you...
So we see that scientific thought is going into looking at what are the issues to solve. And before you can solve a problem, you need to be able to assess it and figure out the magnitude of it. Okay, so several of the world's nations have gotten together and they realize that this major global event is taking place. And of course, we had the birth of the Conference of the Parties, and that is COP. Last year, they had up to 27 of those conferences of the parties, and this is a part of the UN framework. COP27 was held in Egypt. The one that is scheduled for this year, which is supposedly more discussion and more innovation and more issues and just trying to come to a consensus for how to solve the problem, will be COP28. And it will be held on November 30th to December 12th. So, the majority of my audience and the rest of you, let's look out for COP28, and I want you to follow on Google or wherever it is you get your international information, what are the decisions that will take place and that have taken place, COP28. The dates for COP28, November 30th to December 12th, and it's going to be in Dubai. So I want you to follow it and to pay attention to what is going on. The more people are paying attention, the more interest that is being taken in the topic, is the more these leaders in their discussions will be forced to pay attention to what is happening. So be sure to follow that and to make sure that you pay attention to it, you make notes on it, and you actually say to the persons around you, to your teachers, and anybody who will listen to you, these are the things that were discussed. I was not happy with that discussion, and these are the things that we need to decide on. This gathering is hosted in different countries for different years, and it is an opportunity for the signatory nations to take steps to adapt to the impacts, to say what is happening in their country, and to make sure that financing especially is put together in order to be able to attack the problem of climate change. But, guess, boys and girls, this big conglomerate of nations get together. That's one thing. But what can we do? What can I do individually to be sure that I am not a part of the problem, but I am becoming more a part of the solution? Some of the things you can do is to save energy. Use less energy. Think about exactly what you're doing in terms of the use of a lot of your devices at home, at school, in any arena that you go to. Switch to energy-saving LED light bulbs and energy-efficient appliances. Washing laundry with cold water and hanging out to dry instead of using a dryer, because you know that a lot of these electronic devices, especially the ones that produce heat, are the things that are helping in terms of the degradation of the climate. Improve, speak to your parents, and if you can, help to improve the home's energy efficiency. Replacing oil or gas with the electric pump and reducing what we call your carbon footprint. Your carbon footprint is just how much you use of the energy and the CO2 per year. Walk, bike, take public transport, because the world's roadways are clogged up with vehicles, and vehicles provide emissions and exhaustion. And of course, you make sure that if it is a long distance, you try as much as possible to be energy efficient along the way, because you can't walk or bike over the extremely long distances. I couldn't walk or bike to India. I had to take the airplane. Airplanes have emissions. But of course, as we go along, we will make sure that we don't get rid of everything. What we need to do is to reduce. Eat more vegetable, fruit, whole grains, because less meat and dairy significantly lowers our environmental impact. When we produce plant-based foods generally, we have fewer greenhouse and gas emissions. So we can do that in order to be able to assist in the problem. And in general, reduce, reuse, repair, and recycle. We have to make sure that we are protecting our environment, because reducing your carbon footprint cuts down on waste. Our earth is going from the green side to the dry side. And I know you'll agree with me that the green side looks much better. It's going to be healthier for you. And most of all, your individual action will depend on you speaking up and making sure that you talk to your neighbors, your colleagues, your friends, and let everybody around know that it is something that is important and that we should be paying attention to, because we have an interest in saving planet Earth. And the main interest in saving planet Earth is because we want to be able to pass on to the next generation a fruitful, green, and beautiful planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that very powerful talk pertaining to global warming. And we all know that all of us are affected by it. The earth is changing and it's affecting survival. And how do we cooperate to solve this problem? So WIL's 200 satellites, which we just saw by way of that video, set us thinking that yes, we have to do something about it. We have to fix it. And kids, ma'am has informed you about COP27 being held at Dubai between November and December, early week of December next year. So you need to be all ears and all alert for that one, to take your points home for discussion amongst yourselves and your teachers. Thank you so very much, ma'am. We are also very honored to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Chandrik Madut, Chief Justice, Supreme Court of South Sudan, who has also joined us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Put your hands together, boys and girls. I now invite our next speaker, Honorable Ms. Justice Maria Teresa Valente, Judge, Supreme Court, Mozambique, for her address. Boys and girls, thank you for taking the cue. Thank you.
Excelência Jagir Gandhi, anfitrião desta conferência, venerandos presidentes da Suprema Corte de todo mundo aqui presentes, excelências autoridades políticas presentes, caros estudantes, estimados professores, todo o protocolo observado. Em primeiro lugar, queremos agradecer a honra do convite que nos foi formulado para fazer parte desta distinta conferência. Queremos agradecer a inagualável e calorosa recepção, hospitalidade, carinho que recebemos de cada criança desta prestigiada escola e respeitada para nós quase que todo mundo. queremos também, no início dessa nossa intervenção, lembrar as muitas mulheres que neste momento choram, estão desesperadas pela perda dos seus filhos, vítimas das bárbaras guerras que eclodiram em várias partes do mundo. A igualdade do gênero e empoderamento da mulher constitui uma agenda global em vista à igualdade e à justiça social. Esta também constitui um grande desafio para os nossos países do terceiro mundo e há quem chame os países do Sul. A temática da igualdade do gênero em Moçambique remonta ao início da luta de libertação nacional em 64, onde as mulheres moçambicanas tiveram um papel preponderante na epopeia libertadora, porquanto, nesse período, foram elas que iniciaram mensagens contra a dominação portuguesa colonial, trabalho esse que resultou em adesão em massa de jovens ao movimento de libertação nacional nas zonas rurais de Moçambique. E depois, no início da luta de libertação, as mulheres voluntariamente se apresentaram para lutar lado a lado com os homens em todas as frentes de guerra. Entretanto, muitos guerrilheiros não as aceitaram por serem mulheres, por serem sexo fraco, porque diziam eles que eram homens fortes, que as mulheres, por serem mulheres, iriam a trabalhar a guerrilha. Mas o presidente Samora Machel, com seu espírito visionário, cedo compreendeu a contribuição que as mulheres deram e provavelmente continuariam a dar na luta de libertação do país, e com elas, contra a vontade dos outros guerrilheiros, criou o destacamento feminino e, neste momento, as mulheres de Moçambique foram legalmente integradas no processo de luta de libertação nacional, processo onde tiveram um papel fundamental na frente da batalha, na assistência aos feridos, aos órfãos, na logística. Mas, mesmo assim, apesar da sua entrega abnegada, havia ainda grupos, principalmente homens, que as discriminavam por serem mulheres e, portanto, em função do gênero. E pouco dispositivo legal existia que consagrasse os seus direitos. Só a partir dos anos de 1999, a esta parte, se retomou a reflexão e a produção legislativa nesse diapasão, com vista a fortalecer as estruturas normativas judiciais e políticas para a implantação da perspectiva do gênero da Agenda 2030 para o desenvolvimento sustentável na perspectiva do gênero. Foi aprovada a legislação que propicia o pleno exercício dos direitos das mulheres em Moçambique. Nesse sentido, foi aprovada a Lei 19 de 2009, lei que prevê prevenção do combate às uniões prematuras, que criminaliza os atores e promotores das uniões prematuras. Dizer-vos que as uniões prematuras constituem um grande desafio para Moçambique e as uniões prematuras são o processo de casamento de meninas que ainda não têm a maturidade suficiente para se casarem, mas as zonas rurais do nosso país, infelizmente, pelo direito consuetudinário, que entra muitas vezes em choque com as políticas instituídas, este processo tem posto em causa o processo de empoderamento da mulher. Foi também aprovada a Lei número 23, Lei das Sucessões, que era grande problema que põe em causa os direitos das mulheres, e esta reconheceu o direito de herança, que concorre de igual paridade com os outros da família. Além disso, destacar igualmente que, a partir dos anos 1999, foi atualizada a política de gênero e estratégia da sua implementação. Foi reforçada a estratégia da segurança social para pôr cobro à situação de vulnerabilidade e pobreza das mulheres. Para além disso, Moçambique, ainda no âmbito da igualdade e empoderamento da mulher, tem se esforçado na consciencialização da sociedade inteira, principalmente dos homens, para a erradicação da violência doméstica, que também é um fator que retarda o desenvolvimento e o empoderamento da mulher. E para isso foi elaborado o Plano Nacional de Prevenção e Combate à Violência Doméstica. Também foi renovado o Diploma 29/2023 do Ministério da Educação, que condenava a rapariga que estivesse grávida na escola para ela não continuar, enquanto que o rapaz continuava na escola, continuava na sua formação. Estes dispositivos legais, que criam direitos às raparigas e mulheres numa situação de igualdade, constituem um marco fundamental e um cometimento do Estado moçambicano em proteger o gênero e cumprir a Agenda 2030. Para a implantação e financiamento destas ações concretas que dizem respeito à igualdade de gênero e empoderamento da mulher, o governo do nosso país tem incentivado a todas as instituições, a todas as pessoas, a integrar o plano de empoderamento da mulher, quer nas empresas privadas e públicas, por forma a que a mulher do nosso país conheça dias melhores. No entanto, reconhecemos que, apesar das dificuldades de sermos um país do Sul, temos tido evolução relativamente ao empoderamento da mulher. E temos como exemplo, com a qual nos regozijamos, que hoje Moçambique, apesar das suas dificuldades, atingiu a paridade de gênero no nosso parlamento. Estamos a alcançar a mesma meta no Poder Executivo, e grande parte do nosso sistema judicial é governado por magistradas e magistrados do Ministério Público. No entanto, reconhecemos que temos desafios em relação à mulher rural, onde a maioria das mulheres não é alfabetizada, onde as políticas de gênero e de empoderamento da mesma têm encontrado alguma dificuldade. No entanto, para fazer face a esse desafio, o governo de Moçambique criou o Sistema de Planificação Pública. Existe um plano de longo prazo, como a Agenda 2025, que preconiza um desenvolvimento inclusivo do país, Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, Mecanismo Africano de Revisão de Pares, o Programa Quinquenal do Governo, entre outros planos, todos em vista a igualdade de gênero e empoderamento da mulher. Todos esses instrumentos estão integrados de forma transversal às estratégias e ações específicas de igualdade de gênero e empoderamento da mulher. Estes planos são operacionalizados anualmente pelos setores central, local e plano econômico, social e orçamento do Estado. Em relação à concretização destes planos, o seu alinhamento com os instrumentos de gestão econômica e social, com a Agenda 2030, Moçambique possui uma experiência de integração de instrumentos e programas no âmbito regional, continental, no Sistema Nacional de Planificação e Gestão de Finanças Públicas, com objetivos do Milênio ODM. Recomendações dos mecanismos de direitos humanos das Nações Unidas, a revisão periódica universal, a nova parceria para o desenvolvimento da África na EPAD, o mecanismo africano de revisão de pares, a Agenda 2063 da União Africana, o quadro Sendai para a redução dos riscos de desastres do Acordo de Paris e mudanças climáticas. Todos esses instrumentos, Moçambique as adotou e faz delas o seu instrumento de trabalho em vista ao empoderamento da mulher e justiça social. Ao terminar, queremos convidar as eminentes figuras presentes nesta conferência para cada em função da sua capacidade de influência que tem, possa contribuir com atitudes concretas para a igualdade do gênero e empoderamento da mulher, a começar nos seus respectivos países, pois o empoderamento das mulheres dos distintos países, o seu somatório resultará no empoderamento da mulher a nível global. Pois um sábio dizia: educar uma mulher é educar uma sociedade. Essa é a agenda de Moçambique. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção. Deus abençoe a Índia. Deus abençoe a cada um dos nossos países, para que um dia possamos unir o mundo e construir uma sociedade global de igualdade, justiça social, harmonia, paz, respeito mútuo, onde todos, sem discriminação, encontrará o seu respectivo lugar. Muito obrigada.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, host of this conference, Honorable Chief Justices from all over the world present here, dear students, all protocol observed. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the honor of invitation extended to us to be a part of this distinguished conference. I would also like to thank you for the unparalleled and warm reception and hospitality. At the beginning of my speech, I would like to remember that many women who are currently crying for the death of their children, victims of the barbaric wars taking place all over the world. The theme of the gender equality in Mozambique dates back to the beginning of the national liberation struggle in 1964. Mozambican women always played a leading role in the liberating epic because in the period leading up to the start of the war, they were the ones who spread the messages of disinformation, discrediting messages about colonism, work that resulted in the mass adherence of young people to the liberation struggle movement, mainly in rural areas of northern Mozambique. At the beginning of the liberation struggle, women voluntarily presented themselves to fight side by side with men on all fronts of war, but many guerrillas did not accept saying that they were weak and that they would hinder the guerrilla process. But soon President Samora Moses Machel understood the contribution that women made in preparing the beginning of the fight, and with them created women detachment. Women were legally integrated in fighting process, whose contribution was fundamental at the front of the battle in assisting the wounds, orphans, and logistics. And we are pleased to say that today we are the country that has achieved gender parity in our parliament, and that we are achieving the same goal in the executive branch, and a large part of our courts are presided over by female judges, and a considerable number of female judicial and public ministry magistrates. However, we recognize that we have challenges in relation to rural women. To this end, in our public planning, there are long-term plans such as Agenda 2025, which advocates inclusive development of the country, sustainable development objectives, African peer review mechanism government, 5-year program, PQGs, among other plans. All of these instruments are transversally integrated into specific strategies and actions for gender equality and women empowerment. These plans are implemented annually by central and local sectors of the economic and social plan and the state budget. Regarding the implementation of these plans and their alignment with the economic and social management instruments and the Agenda 2030, Mozambique has a long experience of integrating instruments and programs at a regional level. Continental in its national public finance planning and management system, such as Millennium Developments, MDGs, recommendations from the United Nations Human Rights Mechanism, including the Universal Periodic Review, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, the African Peer Review Mechanism, the African Union Agenda 2063, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the Paris on Climate Change. To conclude, we want to appeal to the speakers that each person, depending on the capacity to influence, can contribute to gender equality and women's empowerment, starting in their own countries, as the sum will result in empowerment of women at a global level. Because a wise man said, educating a woman is educating a society. Thank you very much. God bless India, each one of our countries, so that one day we can unite the world and building a global society of compassion, harmony, peace, and mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Justice Maria Teresa Valente, Judge, Supreme Court, Mozambique. There's a sincere and earnest request for our eminent speakers. Kindly adhere to the time stipulation, because otherwise we're exceeding the time limit and delaying the subsequent session. For those of our honorable guests who are not speaking in English, I would request the translators to take over after the opening statement. I would now like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Mangadou Bassong, President, 2nd Criminal Chamber, Supreme Court, Guinea. Put your hands together, boys and girls.
Monsieur le secrétaire général de la 24e conférence, Messieurs et Madame les organisateurs, Messieurs et Madame les participants, tout protocole observé. En prenant la parole devant cette auguste assemblée, j'ai une foule de mots, une foule d'idées pour exprimer et restituer ce que je sens, ressens, vis et partage avec vous depuis que nous sommes ensemble. De toute cette foule, le mot merci me semble tout dire. C'est pourquoi Je voudrais exprimer à Dr Gandhi et Madame, à tous ceux et à toutes celles qui collaborent avec eux pour réaliser les travaux gigantesques de cette conférence. Depuis que nous sommes ensemble, nous avons partagé, nous avons échangé. Je crois que essentiellement tout ce qui a été dit semble confirmer que c'est dans la tête des hommes qu'on élève les défenses de la paix. Certes, les défis à relever sont nombreux, tout comme les domaines d'intervention le sont aussi. L'enfance, l'éducation, la justice, la préservation de l'environnement, la paix, la quiétude, c'est tout dire de notre planète. Mais convenez avec moi qu'on ne peut avoir la paix, la bonne justice, la bonne éducation que s'il n'y a pas de violence, il n'y a pas de guerre. Vous savez, même avec le simple brouhaha, on ne peut pas rendre une bonne décision de justice. À plus de faire raison, s'il y a des conflits ça et là, à l'interne et à l'international. L'article 51 de la Constitution de l'Inde constitue, à mon avis, une boussole pour réaliser toutes ces ambitions exprimées. Comme je l'ai dit tantôt, les défis nous interpellent tous. Nous devons nous mettre à l'œuvre chaque jour et tous les jours pour les relever. Il y a une assertion qui dit que c'est en temps de paix qu'on prépare la guerre. J'ai un avis tout à fait contraire. Ce n'est pas en temps de paix qu'on prépare la guerre. En temps de paix, on ne prépare pas la guerre. On entretient la paix. On la maintient pour le présent et pour le futur. Si vous remarquez, les moyens qu'on attribue pour fabriquer des armes de destruction sont plus grands que les moyens consacrés à l'éducation et à la bonne distribution de la justice. On finance beaucoup plus la fabrication des armes. Donc on finance beaucoup plus la guerre que l'éducation et la justice par endroit. Cette donne, nous devons faire en sorte qu'elle change. Il faut qu'elle change. Georges Duhamel disait que, je cite, « Il va sans dire que les trouvailles de la science n'ont pas servi qu'à la cause de l'humanité. Elles l'ont parfois desservi. » Si vous voyez aujourd'hui ce qui se passe entre Israël et Hamas, ce qui se passe entre la Russie et l'Ukraine et ailleurs, tout ça là, c'est les trouvailles de la science qu'on utilise pour détruire l'humanité, pour détruire notre planète. Donc, il faut réorienter les trouvailles de la science vers le bonheur de l'homme, vers l'harmonie sociale, plutôt que vers la violence et la guerre. Les gouvernants et les gouvernés doivent prendre conscience de ces défis. Tout le monde doit se mettre à l'œuvre pour qu'il y ait une bonne éducation, pour qu'il y ait la justice, pour qu'il y ait la paix, pour préserver l'environnement. En tout cas, la non-violence, c'est ce que nous avons ensemble hérité de l'illustre Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi. Je crois que c'est cet esprit qui a été à la base de cette conférence. C'est cet esprit qui a fondé que nous nous retrouvions ici chaque année pour parler de nos défis, de nos problèmes. Je voudrais ajouter que dans l'arsenal juridique de la République de Guinée, il y a un nombre de dispositions qui reflètent cet article 51 de la Constitution indienne. En tout cas, il n'y a pas de discrimination. Toutes les dispositions sont fondées sur le fait que tout le monde est égaux devant la loi. Il n'y a pas de justice pour les pauvres et une justice pour les riches. Il n'y a pas de justice pour les étrangers et une justice pour les autochtones. Non. Il n'y a pas de discrimination. Donc ça, c'est un avantage. Nous allons ensemble traduire ou faire traduire les dispositions de l'article 51 du Code et continuer à faire du droit comparé pour voir si vraiment la législation a pris tout en compte et renforcé davantage l'arsenal juridique. Encore une fois, je vous remercie et merci beaucoup.
First of all, before beginning, I would like to thank all the judges who are present here and all the children, all the participants, all the teachers, and all the protocol officers for organizing this conference. And also definitely to Mr. Gandhi, Jagdish Gandhi, and his family, and for everybody who has collaborated for this gigantic conference to take place today. We all, the participants, we are here to share ideas, and I also have my ideas to share with all of you. And as it is said, that it is in the heads of men that we first try to bring new ideas that can defend our humanity. So we have a lot of challenges that we need to face, and we all are facing the same challenges, which are numerous, such as the challenges related to the field of intervention, which are also important for all of us. And we also have challenges which are facing our youth, our children, for their education, for peace, for justice, for environment, as well as for the cultures. The Article 51 of the Constitution of India, I believe, is a compass which can help us in facing these challenges. These challenges that are in front of all of us, we have to face them every day together. We cannot do it alone. And so there is a time, they say that we need to prepare for peace. We need to prepare for peace, but what I feel is important is that we need to not prepare but maintain this peace. To achieve this peace and then to maintain the peace for today and for future. And so I say to all of you that the happiness of humankind lies not in wars and not in violence, but in peace. We are producing a lot of weapons of mass destruction. For example, you also have the contemporary issues such as the war between Russia and Ukraine, where they are using a lot of weapons of mass destruction. So we all are financing a lot of wars. And imagine what we can do if we put all of these funds, all of this finance into education. What a great change we all can bring for the social harmony and for the education of our children. the governments and those who are government should do something should do their best to bring the message of peace. And for this, I think we have the legacy of the great Mahatma Gandhi, who said in his, and so we should follow the spirit of this man, because this is also the principle of this conference where we are invited every year. And I believe that the Article 51 of the Constitution of India is also actually very important. And in my country, in Guinea also, we try to follow the principle of non-discrimination. And that is why I say that we do not discriminate when it comes to justice for a rich person, for a poor person, for a man, for a woman. We try not to do any discrimination for anybody. And therefore, I feel that this is what is important for peace. And thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Mr. Justice Mamadou Basso, President, Second Criminal Chamber, Supreme Court of Guinea. You talked about the ideas for the defense of humanity. You talked about the challenges, innumerable challenges that are faced in terms of environmental challenges and challenges of peaceful coexistence. And the fact that in your country as well, there is people are actively conscientious and conscious about the fact that there has to be no discrimination and no divides between different pockets of society, the haves, the have-nots, the rich, the poor, and all other man-made discriminations. Thank you so very much for that powerful address. Yet again, a polite reminder, please, although I know our next speaker speaks English. However, this is for the speakers, even in the session later on, should there be one, that the speaker is supposed to speak essentially in English, but if speaks in the native language, then the translator needs to take over after the opening sentence. I insist. Thank you so very much. And now I'd like to invite Honorable Dr. Arthur Lyon Dow, PhD, President, International Environment Forum from Switzerland. Put your hands together, boys and girls. And sir has been visiting campuses as well and speaking to the children. Over to you, sir. Do you require this?
This is all right. Yes, thank you. That's right. Thank you. I know that the time is short. I will try to stay within my limit, but I have an important message to take for the honorable justices, the other people here dealing with this from a legal side, because when we look at the environmental challenges we've talked about so much, when we look about the climate climate change and so on, they're all going to become issues for litigation. They're going to become part of the new approach to law at the international level, and we need to acknowledge this as we go forward. Because really, we're looking at environmental justice, a whole new dimension of justice. It's not one that's been traditionally dealt with so much in our court systems, and our courts will be prepared to consider such cases as we go forward. Because we have all these risks together, causing various kinds of damage, exceeding planetary boundaries. There's no way to recover from much of this damage. And the science is telling us what the challenges are. And so if we look at the planetary boundaries, I won't go into the details, but you can see all the way around we're causing so many different kinds of environmental damage and destruction. And these are caused by humans, and therefore humans are responsible and maybe need to be held legally responsible for addressing these things. So climate justice, we've talked a bit about this already in this conference. I won't go into detail, but we have to look at the loss and damage, because here the victims, the people who are suffering those losses, are seldom those who caused them. And so there are people who could be held responsible legally. Countries should be held responsible. A corporation should be held responsible for causing this serious damage. And as we try to adapt to these changes, as we try to do, as we heard in the first presentation this afternoon, to mitigate and try to solve the climate problem, we also have to look at the issues of equity in the transition, that those people who are losing as a part of this process need to be helped in some way to make the transition. So justice has to apply in both ways. We have many different crises. We haven't talked as much about the water crisis, which are misusing water, polluting water, changing the hydrological cycle. We're losing the biological systems of the planet. We have to try to protect what nature still exists. We have to rethink agriculture and fisheries, pollution and waste. All of these things could be subjects for court cases, for litigation, and therefore we have to ask, how well are our justices prepared to deal with this new dimension? One thing that we talked about a little less, but that's going to be critically important, as the scale of the problem we're facing, is the rising seas caused by climate change and global warming. Because as water heats, it expands. As ice melts, it goes into the sea. And the Secretary General, reporting to the Security Council earlier this year, said this poses an unthinkable risk to billions of people, with profound implications for security, international law, and human rights. So all of you involved in international law, this is the kind of challenge we're facing. We'll see a mass exodus of entire populations, competition for fresh water. Low-lying communities and entire countries could disappear entirely. Imagine losing a whole national territory. What is the liability and compensation for losing your nation? The Secretary General said this is danger for 900 million people living in coastal zones. Now, if we think we have a problem with migration now, what is it going to be like when we have 900 million people permanently displaced from where they used to live? Secretary General said with this confluence of crises, unlike any other in our lifetimes. Wars grind on, the climate crisis burns on, extreme wealth and poverty rage on. The gulf between haves and have-nots is cleaving societies, countries, and our wider world. Epic geopolitical divisions are undermining global solidarity and trust. This path is a dead end. That's Secretary General's language. He called this deeply irresponsible and immoral. And he mentioned 7 different kinds of human rights failures associated with this. The right to peace, clearly, those suffering war. The right to social and economic development. The right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment. This is a new right, only agreed a couple of years ago, that we have a right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment. Respect for diversity, university of cultural rights. Gender equality, we've heard a lot about that already today. Civil and political rights, and the rights of future generations. We have no right to destroy the planet for those who are coming in the future. From a Baha'i perspective, the Baha'i national community has pointed out that we're putting the world on a more equal foundation requires recasting the global economic order. People and the planet need to be valued as explicitly today as profit and economic gain have been in the past. We have to rethink our notions of progress, development, prosperity in far more holistic terms. And of course, this of course means we have to also, in our legal system, in our court cases, consider those who've been disadvantaged by the current order. We have to put them more into decision-making and the legal processes. In the same way that we have to also look at the diversity of different ways of looking at the world, from indigenous peoples, who have their own perspectives on the world, and giving a more holistic and sustainable models for present and future generations. So we also lack a legal framework for corporations. They're causing most of the problems, and internationally, there's no legislation to apply in the court system. So there's an enormous gap in how we deal with these problems, which has to be filled as we go forward. And of course, there's the role of the state. The state is responsible for governing the global commons, whether the commons within your own country, as well as collaboration for the planetary commons, seeing them as public goods that benefit all, and therefore that need to be defended by our court and legal systems. An example of this is the country of Vanuatu, which has recently taken an opinion to the International Court of Justice. And for you students there, it was students who started this process. There were law students at the University of South Pacific who said, we've got to do something to hold countries responsible for climate change. So they drafted a request for an advisory opinion from the Court of Justice to say this is a government responsibility. a state responsibility to protect them and their humanity from the impacts of climate change. Many governments supported this process. It was approved in the General Assembly. It is now being considered by the International Court of Justice. So students can actually make a difference at the global level if you try hard enough. We've prepared a proposal for a Global Environment Agency to address these problems as part of improvements in global governance. And clearly it has to have the same functions. We need scientific advice, binding legislation, so we need laws that can be enforced through the court system for sharing responsibilities. There is a UN Environment Assembly that can undertake this. We need a Global Environment Agency, as I mentioned, and we need an international environmental court or sectors, special sectors within existing court systems to handle accountability, mediation, and dispute settlement. And then we have to learn from our experience because we have to keep adapting the situation to the rapidly changing world. I want to quote briefly from the UN High Level Advisory Board. This is the Secretary General set up this group of experts to say, how do we change the global system at the multilateral level? And it says, the central importance of the environment to all aspects of our lives and collective well-being must be accompanied by an elevation of the environment within the global governance system. This requires strengthening UNEP and the UN Environment Assembly with mandates and resources comparable to the UN's development, peace and security, and human rights institutions. So this is a whole new dimension for the United Nations. Specifically, UNEP should be empowered to act as a more effective global environment agency, able to track our integrated impacts on the environment, consolidate and measure our commitments, condition our global financial investments, and drive a transformative agenda for people and planet across multilateralism. And in fact, this report from the high-level body quotes the report I just showed you. It was the source of the recommendations for these proposals for changing the United Nations. So there's a Climate Governance Commission that has been working on this past year and is preparing its proposals. It released a report in September. Proposal will come out just before COP28, which you heard about later this year. And we hope that perhaps in the area of climate change, because the science is so clear, the damage is so clear, this may be the area where we can first make a breakthrough towards global legislation, because you can't really argue against what the planet is telling us. A couple of other reminders for our jurists present, and as we look at the legal system going ahead, there are proposals to make ecocide, which is long-term mass damage, destruction of ecosystems, an international crime, in the same way that it could be war crimes or genocide and crimes against humanity in the International Criminal Court under the Rome Statute. So this would be a whole new dimension as part of legal work at the global level. Also, many countries are now giving legal standing to elements of nature. In New Zealand, for instance, the Maori consider certain rivers as sacred, as part of their religion. And therefore, they say these have legal entity. The river can go to court if something damages it. Or somebody on behalf of the river can go and say, I'm representing the river has a right to stay clean, you've damaged it, you must pay the damage. So these are some new dimensions of what is coming within the scope of law and jurisdiction as we go ahead, and that you need to be training people for. So this is our challenge as the legal system. Are you ready to judge such environmental issues that would use science as well as the law? We saw the images, the pictures of the planetary changing. You can actually say, where is the damage caused? Is this evidence that can be put in a court of law to hold responsible the people who caused the damage? We need to train legal experts to be broader or more new specialties to take on these issues. It's an area of law and justice that will require international coherence, because we're dealing with global problems, law has to be coherent around the world. So I ask our judicial people, are you ready to take on such cases in your own court? What else do you need to do to build the capacity to address these issues for the future? So there are some links. You can go to some of our materials if you want to go, on the innovations and go further forward. We address these challenges in the legal system, and these are some sources for more information at the Climate Governance Commission Governance Forum on what I've talked about here. So thank you very much for your attention, and for your young people, keep at it. You'll be part of the change to solve these problems in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Dr. Arthur Landau, President, International Environment Forum, Switzerland, for that wonderful talk pertaining to climate justice, the loss and damage that we are causing ourselves, the water crisis that is building up, rising seas which are posing unthinkable risks to billions of people, irresponsible and immoral, clear reflection of irresponsibility and immoral conduct on our part perhaps, and how there is a need for sustainable models for future generations to restore our planet. Thank you so very much, sir, for that valuable talk. And now it's time for me to invite our next speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Shanriq Madud, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, South Sudan.
Yeah, English. My brothers and sisters, distinguished guests, the beloved children from the CMS school, other participants, I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I want to thank the organizers for honoring me to stand before you. Although the topic that was told to me talk about is a little bit difficult, and that is uniting the world for children through enforceable well law. When I began to think about this topic, I got a feeling it is a great idea to unite the world for children through enforceable well law. But is it really practical? How soon are we going to see this, to realize this? Why don't we begin with uniting the world children, these children? And the question will be, how do you unite the children without the world being united? If you have, for example, schools like this school, I think it is the first of its kind in the world. If, for example, you create a class or two, bring children from around the world as a symbol of world unity. If others can do what our Uncle Gandhi is doing in their respective countries, make a school like this, and then bring children from America, from Europe, from Africa, like that. Not many, just a symbol to show that we are trying to unite the world. If we introduce kind of games, international games, that brings together children from different continents on a yearly basis, when they are on holiday, that would be good. If you have a radio, just one radio station that enables children across the world to talk, converse, chat like that. By the time these children grow up, it would be very easy to unite the world. Now, at the moment, we are faced with so many difficulties that need to be overcome. Somewhere beyond, people are not like the people here in India. See the kind of things they write. Mankind is one. God is one. In some places, they don't have this kind of ideas. this kind of. And we have to admit there is a certain racial attitude somewhere around the globe, hatred, a certain mindset among the leaders. They do not want to accept others. There is religious bias. Although God is one, they don't understand this. There's greed for power. They don't want to allow others to come into their affairs. There is general bias across the globe. These kind of things make it difficult to unite the world at the moment. It will take some time. That's why I think if we begin with our children to know themselves across the globe, that would be a good approach. But let us not give up on this effort. So what could be the way forward? Let us not give up. We continue to work through people like our father, Jagdish Gandhi, people like Nelson Mandela. I think there are a few around the world, people like that. Hold on to them, and we stand near them so that we are able to go ahead. We encourage other world leaders, including our own, when we go back home, talk to them about the kind of ideas we have found here. Now, I would also encourage ourselves not to give up, but keep praying. Pray to Almighty God. If you pray with all your heart and sincerely, I am sure God will answer our prayer to be one. When we were young children like these ones, in the 60s, sometimes we used to be called to go and pray. When the rain fails to come on time, say in April, it affects the life of the people and the animals because we depend on the plants. So we are called by our elders to go and pray. One time we were called to go to our church. We walked about 4 kilometers to come and pray to Almighty God so that it rains. It has been dry up to May. No rain. We started praying. Before the prayers were over, in the name of Jesus Christ, it began to fall heavily, the rain. We came out very happy. We were running and dancing in the rain, going back to our school. I don't know now, maybe because we were young Christians, we did not have many sins. God answered us. God used to hear us. But we still keep that habit. I insist that we pray, we keep praying to Almighty God. Let us make sometimes group prayers. We call ourselves and we pray to our God, Almighty God. Take away the hatred from the heart of the people. Unite our people, whether at the national level or at the international level, like you people are doing here. If we are to work towards what we call the unity of the world, maybe it would be good to begin with advisory global institutions. Advisory global institutions. These institutions bring people from different parts of the world, like the UN. They sit together from time to time to discuss what is happening like that. If it becomes an executive organ, I am sure some states will not like it. They are biased. and they wouldn't accept something like a global government or a parliament that dictates what they want. No. Let us begin first with advisory institutions, whether it is parliament or executive. In that executive, you could have some people responsible for Asian affairs, American, like that. See what is wrong there, they discuss it and they advise the people, the UN, what to be done. I think in that way, we will slowly go to realize what is being aimed at by this wonderful institution of our CMIS school. Well, unity, there is nothing good like it, but it needs a lot of work to be done. Let me stop here, my brothers and sisters, and I say thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you so much, sir, for encouraging our endeavors. The school, you said, is one of its kind. And maybe boys and girls, are you proud to be a CMSian? Put your hands together for that one. You talked about innumerable challenges which we have to come face to face with, but you also talked about the power of prayer and that there's all the wisdom in not giving up if the intent is intact and there's implementation by way of endeavors, by way of thoughts, which I have translated into actions in this direction. Everything will fall into place and we'll have a better world which we shall inhabit. Thank you so very much, sir. Shall we give it up for all the panelists? Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Thank you very, very much. And immediately after this, we'll be moving right here in this auditorium. Taking this forward, the consideration and passing of the resolution. So I'd request all our honorable, eminent judges, legal luminaries, His and Her Excellencies, to be here in the auditorium itself for the further proceedings. I'd request our honorable and eminent speakers on the dais to occupy their seats in the auditorium. Thank you so very much. Children, as students of CMS, you are indeed fortunate to be a part of this conference year after year and to be a part of an audience which gets the opportunity to listen to such eminent speakers talk about pertinent topics which are concerning issues and are of grave concern for all of us who inhabit the planet. And the wonderful talks that you have been listening to around environment, how to save the planet, how to go about working towards gender equality, women empowerment, and so on, all these things should sort of stay with you, and I'm sure they do, by way of thoughts and discussions which you should take forward when you go back to school. Share with your other fellow students, your seniors, your juniors, and have discussions such as these on these topics to be able to work around what should we be doing as individuals and a collective group of students and future citizens of the world to be improving the conditions which are so grave and so alarming at certain points and certain occasions in certain parts of the world. So Those are the things you need to take home by way of takeaways, post the talks that you've been listening to, and dwelling on and mulling on and having discussions around and thinking about those and about the solutions as well as to how to go about solving these problems, right? You agree with me? Yes or no? And how do I get to know that you do? And how many of you promise to do that when you go back to school? Yeah, you've taken the cue. How about the rest of you in the balcony? I can see your hands going up, but maybe this is a better thing to do? Yes, very good, children. Very good. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Mr. Ratan Chandragupta, General Secretary of the Conference, for the consideration and passing of the resolution. May I request you, sir, to take the proceedings further. May I also invite our founder manager, respected Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, our President and Managing Director, Professor Geeta Gandhi, to the stage.
I've been asked to read out the draft resolution emanating from this conference, so I'm going to be doing that. It says, realizing that a large section of people around the world are deprived of basic human rights and are living in abject poverty, and a large number of children, especially in poor countries, are exposed to various abuses and are deprived of their rights as children. Believing in the ancient Indian ethos of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that is, the whole world is a family, global peace is of paramount importance for achieving the ambitious Sustainable Development Goals aimed at the benefit and development of everyone in the global family for a bright future and for human advancement. Also realizing that in this era of globalization, interdependence and cooperation among nations is imperative, as proved during the COVID-19 pandemic, and may need to be so in case of any such calamity in the future. And believing that conflicts in some parts of the world presently are having adverse international ramifications and have created an apprehension of a large-scale war and nuclear holocaust, which may bring unprecedented death and destruction. And that resorting to violence and war is not an option to resolve disputes and claims. And that large resources are spent in the name of defense by various countries which can be consecrated to the welfare of humanity. Believing that climate change is an existential threat for humanity which must be mitigated as well as adapted to, and that serious efforts are imperative to limit global warming targets agreed to in the Conference of Parties, and that it is incumbent on the developed nations who are historical polluters to fulfill their promise in regards to climate funding, and acknowledging that the United Nations organization is working for peace, human rights, social and child uplift, development, and in other fields through its various agencies, but lacks the authority and the essential mechanism to get the decisions of the General Assembly implemented, including reducing ethnic and regional conflicts and wars, requiring amendments in the UN Charter after due review thereof to suit the present-day needs. Now, therefore, we, the Chief Justices, judges, and legal luminaries at this 24th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World on Article 51 of the Constitution of India, organized by the City Military School, Lucknow, India, from 3rd to 6th November 23, do hereby reaffirm the resolutions passed in the previously held conferences of Chief Justices, and also reaffirm the centrality of the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, and further resolve, 1, that members of the judiciary of the world be urged, A, to uphold the rule of law and to promote respect for dignity of all persons, which is the basis of all fundamental human rights and fundamental freedoms. B, to advise on the need for establishing an international anti-corruption court to deal with cases of grand corruption. C, to motivate respective national governments to take steps to introduce cross-cultural and global citizenship education in all schools. And D, to motivate political leadership of their respective countries to make earnest efforts for the establishment of effective global governance structure. 2, that the heads of states and heads of government of all countries of the world be urged, A, to take concrete steps to move the world body for review of the UN Charter as required under Article 109 of the Charter itself, so as to strengthen the authority, prestige, and power of the United Nations, enabling itself to reduce global conflicts and wars and for implementing the rule of law. 2B, to take urgent steps to reduce global warming as required in agreements and commitments made at the UN climate change conferences, and urge developed nations to fulfill their promise in regard to climate funding in a time-bound manner, and to consider the need for the establishment of an international environment court. 2C, to hold high-level meetings of heads of states and heads of government to work for the establishment of effective global governance structure for a sustainable world order and for democratically elected world parliament to enact enforceable world law, leading to the establishment of a world executive and a world court of justice. And 2D, to take steps for introducing instructions in citizenship education, peace education, and cross-cultural understanding in all schools of their respective countries, which will produce responsible global citizens. And lastly, number 3, that the United Nations be urged, A, to expedite review of the UN Charter, including reform of the Security Council, to make it a more effective, democratic, and representative organization. B, to consider the case for establishing a World Parliamentary Assembly. C, to make efforts for the prevention of terrorism, extremism, and wars, and for the elimination of weapons of mass destruction. And D, to consider the establishment of an international anti-corruption court. Also resolved that this resolution be sent to all heads of states and heads of governments and chief justices of all countries of the world and to the Secretary General of the United Nations Organization for consideration and appropriate action. Thank you. I will now invite Mr. Ratan Chand Gupta ji to take the floor and to take the proceedings further.
Honorable Chief Justice, Chief Justices, judges, and legal luminaries. The draft of the resolution has been read out, and a copy of the draft resolution is already in your hands, and this may be considered as having placed in the House. I would like to mention in this connection that this draft resolution was prepared considering the views expressed by your lordships, by excellencies and by other judges and other delegates in various plenary sessions as well as in parallel sessions. So this reflects the views expressed by all of you. And I think it is all encompassing. The draft was, after preparation, was placed in a meeting. We called a meeting of Honorable Chief Justices, judges, senior judges, and excellencies last evening. And this draft was placed before them. It was considered, and a few amendments, minor amendments were made, which have been included in this draft as has been placed in our hands. Now I request you to kindly give your views, if any, in this connection. If there are any suggestions in this connection for amendment or otherwise, kindly do so. Please, come on. Please raise your hands if you have any.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Roxanne George, Guyana. In the fourth paragraph of the chapel, beginning with the words "also believing," the very last line, I think the word "consecrated" maybe should be changed to "better applied," or some other such language. So that large resources are spent in the name of defense. I think defense should have a C and not an S. Defense by various countries, which can be better applied for the welfare of humanity.
Absolutely.
So what
That's
is your
fine.
suggestion?
That's fine.
What is your suggestion?
The suggestion is that in the fourth paragraph on the first page,
Yes, yes.
if you look at the last line of the fourth paragraph, the last sentence says, and that large resources are spent in the name of defense. So instead of in defense, instead of S, it needs to be C, defense, DEFENCE, not SE. CE.
I see.
So that's one thing, by various countries, which can be, instead of saying consecrated, we say which can be better applied for instead of the word consecrated, we
Consecrated means the same thing. Consecration means to invest it in better, for betterment of humanity. Consecrated indicates that.
Yeah, consecrated means can be dedicated to, but Madame is suggesting that a better phrase would be which can be better applied for the welfare of humanity. The word "the" should also come in.
For the welfare.
The welfare of humanity.
Okay. Any other proposal? Kindly raise your hands if you have any. Should I take that there is no suggestion for any amendment?
Justice Sherry,
Sorry?
did you want to say anything?
He's asking for amendment. Apparently, I don't have any amendment to introduce. Simply, as I have stated clearly yesterday, the draft has been done very professionally, and as I can see up till now, all comments of our honorable colleagues, the honorable Chief Justices and Justices, have been taken into account and introduced to the draft. So based on all what we have gone through so far, I believe we should be conveniently happy with the final product. And I would encourage all my colleagues to adopt it. I believe in this moment we are taking our activities a step further. In the past, our voices were heard by the international community throughout our resolutions, and today our voice is going to be heard once again at the international level, and even within our national states, when we go back showing them that we've already had serious discussion on so many issues of common concern that has to do with global peace and harmony. And we have concluded this resolution. This is going to be a hallmark in showing solidarity and commitment of the international judicial community to the cause of protecting human rights and freedoms and improving world peace and harmony. So I once again thank City Montessori School for giving us all this great opportunity to be here and to be part of this process that helping turning our world to a much better world for us and for our future generation. Thank you very much.
So, there appears to be no suggestion for any amendment, except that Acting Chief Justice of Guyana has pointed out to insert the word consecrated for the welfare of humanity.
No, I think
So
she was suggesting that we change it to which can be better applied for the welfare of humanity.
Which can be better applied.
Yeah, better
Okay.
applied for the welfare of humanity.
Adopting a little parliamentary procedure, I will request the House to say aye to the amendment proposed. Say yes to the amendment proposed. Aye. Yes. Okay. Those against may say nay. Nay. There is no opposition to it, so this amendment is approved. And now, as there is no other proposal for amendment, I put this resolution as amended to vote and request you, those of you who are in favor of this draft amendment, draft resolution as amended, may say yes to this draft. Say yes to the draft. Yes. So the draft, this resolution has been approved, and it is no more a draft, it is a resolution now. And now I will request, I will make out copies of this draft as amended, and then I will request all of you to please sign this draft, indicating your name, the signatures, and your designation also. Sometimes because the designations do not a designation by only simply signatures, we cannot find out the name of the authority of the judges concerned. So please, that's what amendment. I think we should wait for a few minutes before the amended draft has been typed out and copies thereof are made out.
His Excellency, the Vice President of Mauritius, Mr. Cyril Eddy Boissezon, will be addressing us. He would like to make a final address of his at the conference, and may I invite Sir to please come up. Your Excellency, we await your thing. Our students are absolutely privileged, and all of us are privileged to have a person of your stature here to speak to our students.
Good afternoon. It will be emotional words because it's time. Excellencies, Lordships, Chief Justice, judges, eminent personalities, teachers, students, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, time has come. The dusk of the 24th International Conference of Chief Justice of the World has come. We are all feeling what we can call separation blues. That feeling that we say to ourselves, am I satisfied with my participation? Have I been intellectually inspired? And shall I be able to profess it? Yes. After dusk, we are dawn. The sun will rise, optimism will take over. We are confident. We have shared knowledge. We have made new friends. We are prepared to make innovation. We are prepared to spread the lessons of our resolution everywhere we go. We are sure that our resolution that has been adopted now will be read, understood, and we also will give time to time that it will be implemented one day. This platform of confidence has been possible due to the determination of the Gandhi's family. Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharati, Gita, Nita, and Sunita. Your contribution, your altruism in the effort to please everybody have been the catalyst of the success of this conference. You have left no stone unturned to please us. And last but not least, we shall all remember the remarkable performances of the students, be it in the various cultural shows, their participation at the UN deliberation, their attendance at the conference. And behind each student, there is a teacher. Dear teachers, thank you. I do not have the necessary words to express my gratitude for your contribution to the preparation of the leaders of tomorrow. I shall surely miss people to thank. So I will end by thanking every one of my colleagues, participants, of everybody present, all those who have been here in that marvelous room. So before the blues overcome my optimism, may I say namaste, thank you, au revoir, and like Mrs. Bharati always say, Jai Jagat. Thank you.
Well, the draft, as finally approved, is being typed out. So till then, I request Honorable Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Founder Manager, City Montessori School, and they found the convener who has arranged all this and who has been with his deep conviction arranging these conferences at such a large scale I request him to kindly thank all not only the audience here, but all the participants who came here and contributed their might. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Jagdish Gandhi.
It is my pleasure and privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the participants who have made this conference a great success. You have all very kindly attended the conference, a week-long conference from many parts of the world, traveled far off distances to come to this conference and make this a resounding success. I especially thank His Excellency Shri Mr. Mary Cyril Eddy Boisson, Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius. I also thank Mr. Abdis Sattar Ben Moussa for Nobel Prize Laureate of Tunisia. I also welcome and thank His Excellency Mr. Stepan Mesic, former President of Republic of Croatia. I also welcome and thank His Excellency Mr. Zine Henry Sant, former Prime Minister of Republic of Haiti. I also thank His Excellency Dr. Pakalitha Mosilili, former Prime Minister of Kingdom of Lesotho. I also thank Right Honorable Mr. Alban Sumana, Kingsford Bagwin, Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. And I welcome and honor all the respected Chief Justices, judges, eminent personalities, eminent world-renowned personalities for coming to participate in this conference, week-long conference. Tomorrow, what we have passed today, we will put before the press at 12:30 noon after your visit to various historical places. Your visit to historical places of Lucknow of interest. I am sure you will be happy to see many places of interest in Lucknow. Tomorrow you will go for sightseeing. And thank you very much for attending this conference. Each one of you, I thank very much for coming to participate and making this conference a resounding success. Thank you very much.
Children, you just witnessed something very solemn and something so beautiful. Put your hands together for all the dignitaries on stage. The resolution has been passed. It is being signed by all the dignitaries, and all right. And I've been told that they'll be holding the resolution in front of you for a photograph, because it's a representation from you, by you, for your school, for the world at large, isn't it? And now I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, our President and Managing Director, to propose the vote of thanks. Put your hands together, boys and girls. As you can see there, all our eminent guests, His Excellencies, are holding the resolution in front of you. And this is a beautiful moment, a moment of pride, a sense of belonging, which is so much more. CMSians, are you happy? Are you proud of your school, your endeavors, your engagement in the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World? The resolution has been duly signed by all the dignitaries on stage. Certain amendments have been incorporated, as you just witnessed, and this is so very beautiful. Photographs being taken. Thank you so much, sirs. And ma'am, for making this beautiful, so pleasurable for the children. With a deep-rooted sense of pride, I think each and everybody in the auditorium should put his and her hands together for the founder manager of City Montessori School, who thought of this idea 24 years ago, and today we see the fruition of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. Over to Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon for the vote of thanks.
Friends, we've come pretty much to the end of the conference. After this, there's just one session left of an hour and one interaction with the students in the lounge at 5 o'clock. But it is my great pleasure to take this opportunity to express my great gratitude to the Chief Justices, judges, eminent personalities, most of all to, people who are, holding the reins of power in their hands, serving Vice President of Mauritius Republic, speakers of the parliaments of Burundi and several other countries, Mr. Bakpin, Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, and really we are overwhelmed with the support that we have experienced for our conference from the glittering, the legal personalities that are here. And, like I always say, that we should remember where we are and where we, why we do what we do. And why is a school organizing this conference? And I just want to point out something that I have said and maybe, at the risk of repeating for those who may have heard me say this before, but I'd like to cite why CMS organizes this conference by way of, in my thank you address. Just want to point out just one little story, and that is that when, in Hindu mythology, when Lord Ram had to cross the ocean to go between the tip of, southern tip of India to the island of Sri Lanka, in order to get his wife back, who had been abducted by a demon, he had to get a bridge made in order to go, from one side to the other. There was an ocean in between. And to make a bridge, he called for the help of everybody. And even the animals came to help him, according to Hindu mythology. And the monkeys came, and they were throwing little stones into the sea to make this bridge. And little ants were also bringing little bits of sand to put in the sea. And one monkey laughed at the ants and said, "Ha ha ha, do you think that by putting little bits of sand into the ocean, this massive ocean, you'll be able to make a bridge on it?" And the ant said to the monkey that, "You are making efforts. Do you think that the bridge is going to be made because of you putting stones in there? No. The bridge will be made because of the grace of God. You are doing your dharma, you're doing your duty, and according to your capacity, and I'm doing my duty according to my capacity." And I think this is why this school is organizing this. We are like the little ant that is making just a tiny contribution to what has to be a mammoth effort globally by all people. The task is so important, it cannot be left to any one individual or group of individuals, howsoever important they may be. It needs to invite and excite and involve the participation of the vast multitudes of humanity. And we are one small cross-section of that humanity. And this conference is our little effort, like the ant making her little contribution. So we are very grateful that the Chief Justices, judges, and eminent personalities have come here to assist us in this. They are people who are making, they're throwing boulders into that proverbial ocean. They are throwing big mountains into that proverbial ocean to make that bridge, to make it happen, to make that, nirvana, a beautiful, peaceful world where human rights are respected, where there is a rule of law. To make that dream come true, the personalities here, the organizations that they run, or the institutions that they represent are making massive contributions to those things. And we feel very fortified in our efforts, very supported in our efforts because of the contributions and the support that they are giving by coming to this conference, to our humble school. So I'd like to thank very much for, other than the guests who have come to support us in this effort, I'd like also to thank the World Unity Education Department of City Monastery School, particularly its head, Mr. Anirudh Singh, and other distinguished colleagues of mine who have worked hard, who are members of the World Unity Education Department: Sandeep Srivastava, Rishi Khanna, Shishir Srivastava, Suresh Kashyap, and Ajay Srivastava, and all their teams. There are several other members of that team. I'd like very much to thank Mrs. Sushmita Basu, the Superior Principal of City Monastery School, and all the principals of City Montessori School. Ms. Manjeet Batra, Dr. Vinita Kamran, Ms. Sangeeta Banerjee, Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap, Ms. Shivani Singh, Mrs. Abha Anand, Dr. Kalpana Tripathi, Mrs. Nisha Pandey, Mrs. Deepali Gautam, Mrs. Jayashree Krishnan, Reena Soti, Reema Sethi, Kanika Kapoor, Ruchi Bhuvan Joshi, Samvida Adhikari, Aditi Sharma, Shipra Upadhyay, Anupama Chekar, Jyotsna Atul, Priyanka Agarwal, Komal Valecha, and Sushma Rajkumar. I would also very much like to thank, they have served in so many different committees, you cannot imagine. They are the ones that put up the model, their students are the ones that put up the Model United Nations, that was put by the Gomtinagar 1 campus, the Rajajipuram campus, and then the World Parliament by the Gomtinagar 1 campus. And the cultural items that were put up on outside were by Dr. Kamran, the CMS Kanpur Road campus, and the dances at yesterday's, from different parts of India that were put up yesterday's event in the Indira Gandhi Pratishthan were from the Mahanagar campus, Dr. Kalpana Tripathi's campus, and so many other items were prepared and contributed by the different campuses. Other than that, principals have performed food duties, they have performed discipline duties, and a whole range of, they have done moderation of panels downstairs in the breakout rooms and provided a plethora of other important services. I'd like to thank Mr. Zamani, Mr. Kamal Zamani, for excellent arrangements in this hall and with the food. So that has been an amazing experience, that high quality, hygienic food that was provided. I'd like to thank Ms. Mona Singh and the junior engineer of this campus for the help that they have provided and the excellent arrangements here, including the decorations and the cleanliness and so forth. I'd like to thank Prashant Verma, Head of Construction, for upgradation and maintenance of facilities over here. I'd like to thank, and his whole team, Narendra, JE, Rakesh Electrician, and his whole team. Then I'd like to thank Mrs. Lata Saxena, the Construction Finance Coordinator, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ashkan Inayati, the Construction Technical Coordinator. I'd like to thank Mrs. Aruna Gupta for managing the lounge so beautifully and providing a beautiful, gentle atmosphere for us to relax in when we wanted to, go and be there during breaks, and for many other things besides. The compares, Mrs. Veera Hajela and Shipra Upadhyay, thank you so much for your seminal contributions to the conference, because what you say sets the tone and the spirit and the environment in this hall. I'd like to thank Mr. R.K. Singh and his team for all the multimedia support, the photography, the videography, and all the swift making of CDs for guests to take back, and so forth. I'd like to thank Mr. Hariom Sharma and the press team for the work that they have done to make sure that the impact of the conference is wider than what happens within this hall, in the sense that what we are talking about reaches the media and is amplified further. The messages here are amplified further beyond the confines of our school. And the whole team, of our press team, including, I think, for electronic media, Mr. Rishi Khanna, for his approaches to the electronic media, including in Delhi. I'd like to thank Mr. Manish Vaish and Mr. S.L. Vaish, our law department people, and I'd like to thank Mrs. Vandana Gaur for the Delhi reception-related arrangements. I'd like to thank Mr. Santosh Tiwari for security and for the police escort arrangements that were made both for the Agra trip and within Lucknow, and also for medical arrangements. I'd like to thank Mr. Ghosh for protocol and crisis management. I'd like to thank Mr. Rakesh Sonkar for portrage kind of related work. Social media team, Shagun and Vishu, for excellent social media related work. And for that, I'd also like to thank Shadi Nicholas. She has been involved not just in social media, in a lot of different areas, including in the youth leadership seminar and other media-related work behind the scenes and communications strategies behind the scene. I'd like to thank the junior engineers who helped for the evening programs at the Rajajipuram 1 campus, where we had the dancing day for yesterday night. That was a beautiful atmosphere. And for that, I would particularly like to thank Mrs. Nisha Pandey for hosting us so excellently. And I can tell that these are students of Rajajipuram campus, because as soon as their principal's name is mentioned, they burst into applause. So, well done, students. And Mr. Arif for the amazing arrangements when we had the opening inaugural evening over here on the 3rd. Mr. Amit of Rajajipuram 1 campus and Mr. Nitin Gupta of Gomtinagar Extension campus, where tonight we will be hosted for the dinner. I am 100% sure that I have missed out many important people, to thank many, many other important people. Excuse me, please, for the omissions, if any. I can see that Jyoti ma'am is wanting to highlight something. Yeah, I've mentioned Mr. R.K. Singh and honesty. Oh, yes, Ruchi Bhuvan Joshi ma'am and Priyanka Agarwal were also compared. So thank you so much for that very gentle reminder, kind reminder. So I think that because this is not the very end of the conference, therefore we will not do the national anthem now, because there is one more session left of 1 hour. So I will hand over back to the compare for this afternoon, Veera Hajela ma'am. But suffice it to say, I forgot to thank the transport department. The transport department has organized a huge amount of transport-related, logistics. Throughout the city of Lucknow, judges have been, going to different places, and all that transport was organized by Mrs. Shuchi Gupta. So thank you so much, Shuchi, for all your work. And, I didn't mention Lakshmi Priya, who arranged all the flight tickets for many of the guests, and hotel arrangements. Abhishek Agarwal and many, many, many other colleagues have helped. Thank you so much. Are you coming back? Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for thanking and acknowledging the efforts of so many, the entire CMS fraternity, staff members, workforce put together. It always takes a team to go about an event such as this, and this event very specially because it is the event which is convened and sort of conducted entirely right from start to finish by our respected founder manager, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. So once again, a very big thank you to everybody present here. Everybody has had a lot to do with the success of this huge, beautiful event. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And as Geeta ma'am rightly mentioned, we'll be moving now to the next session, which is an interactive session between the students and the two speakers who will be coming up on stage shortly. And thank you once again, sirs. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Should I proceed? Yes. So, children, ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health, education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and our forests. Sustainable development is an organizing principle that aims to meet human development goals while also enabling natural systems to provide natural resources and ecosystem services to human beings. Sustainable development tries to find a balance between economic development, environmental protection, and social well-being. And so, now without any further delay, I'd like to invite our esteemed speakers for this section, Honorable Mr. Justice Terence Ranavane, Chief Justice High Court of Botswana. And boys and girls, you have a job to do while Sir is coming up to the dais. I would also like to request Mr. Joe Lennon, former member European Parliament, Germany, to come up on stage, please. Mr. Joe Lennon, former member European Parliament, Germany, our next speaker. And need I say more, boys and girls? talking about improving global governance, as necessary as it remains to improve rules-based systems, the future of international order, it has to rely on states engaging more creatively with a wider range of constituencies, from citizens and civil society to the private sector. Ji, sir. So what are the challenges we've been talking about? We've been talking about climate change, we've been talking about nuclear war, we've been talking about pandemics. There is all the need for the development of new and improved mechanisms for global decision-making, children. And today, the global governance system is inadequate to address the scale and complexity of today's challenges. So what do we need? We need a more safe and a more sustainable world, where what should happen? Global risks are managed effectively, and everybody, each and every inhabitant of the planet, gets the opportunity or has the opportunity to live in dignity. And how is all this going to be made possible? By collaboration and by collective action. To throw more light on these two topics, first and foremost, I would like to invite Mr. Joe Lennon, former member, European Parliament, Germany, to talk about improving global governance.
Okay, so good afternoon, all of you. I admire your interest and your engagement in this wonderful conference that comes to an end after these 3 days of exchanging ideas, visions, and expectations. Yeah, the one world is ideally represented by the global United Nations organization. And as you heard many times these days, after the catastrophe of the Second World War, with, one cannot believe it, 60 million people that have been killed around the world, 60 million, this unprecedented catastrophe. The founding mothers and fathers created the UN Charter and created the United Nations. And as the word is saying, United Nations, every nation of the world today is member. That was not the case in 48. There have been much fewer nations signing up the Charter, but today every country in the world is member. And as we mentioned many times, this Charter is outdated because it doesn't serve anymore the needs of our times and especially the needs of your future. We have seen how the organization was blocked again and again by the veto power in the Security Council. So I think to have a better governance, we have to overcome the veto power. That's the first and number one demand that was spelled out year by year, but not yet done. So we have to work on it. It is a no-go that 5 countries, which are even not the most powerful, I don't think that France and England are so powerful, but they have a veto power because they have been the winners in one part of the Second World War. And so I think you need a new executive body of the United Nations. Call it what you want, Security Council, I think that is much too narrow, because today we have not only the danger of catastrophes by wars, which is terrible enough, but as we heard in the introduction, we have this global warming, we have biodiversity loss, we have desertification, we have hunger and illiteracy, so we have many issues on global affairs. And there was the idea to create a new body that is the executive branch of the United Nations. You could call it the Executive Committee in the nations, or as it was called, a Resilience Council. So resilience to take care that we are not overstretching the boundaries of the ecosystems, but as well of other big issues that then causes a lot of turmoil and disease. So a Resilience Council, a new executive body, would be a new idea. Then what I was working on with colleagues, Andreas Bummel, who is here in the room, and others, we have the General Assembly, where every state of the 193 members has one voice and one vote, which is okay. There are some complaining that the smallest states like Kiribati, there was the former president of Kiribati with I think 50,000 inhabitants, and let's say India with 1,400,000,000 has only one vote. And some thought that you should weight the votes, that nevertheless you respect the amount of people that are represented. Is a controversial issue, but it's an idea to discuss to have a better legitimacy of decisions that are done by the General Assembly. Good, I was working with Andreas Bummel and many others some years, that you need next to this General Assembly, which is the citizens, the states chamber representing the states, you need a second chamber, which is the citizens chamber, and that would be the World Parliament, United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. And having served many years in the European Parliament, which is the only example so far of a transnational parliament with legislative power, we are doing laws that are binding for all the 27 member states of the European Union. And I think the European Parliament has done a very good job in promoting. We are really the pioneers in Europe to promote environment protection, consumer protection, data protection, call it gender equality, non-discrimination, lots of issues that are now in Europe state of the art, comes from the citizens' chamber, the parliament. And I would expect the World Parliament as well, with elected representatives, would care about citizens' needs and would overcome the egoism of national states and their governments who look only on their own interests but not on the global goods and our common interest. They are not looking at least too much on this, would not tell you that they are not looking on it, but they are not doing enough because they are blocked by power games and by different interests. So I think a World Parliament could do very well. Now, of course, these are perspectives that will need hard work in the next years, and we cannot wait for some of the big issues so long. So what are second best ideas? India just hosted the G20, a format that is quite new, came out of the Corona pandemic, where the world needed a quicker momentum of exchange of ideas and looking for solutions. So anyway, I mean, in the G20, there are 80% of world's GDP, so industrial and so on products. So it's, let's say, more than 2/3 of three-quarters of world's activities. And indeed, I think the G20 is a second best issue to work with. And I hope that it doesn't get lost. You have seen that when India hosted the G20, 2 presidents didn't come. Yeah? Putin, he didn't dare to come by the war in Ukraine in order to go to prison. I don't know whether the India government would have done it, but he is on the radar of the International Criminal Court by all the bombings of kindergartens, hospitals, and civilian areas in Ukraine, which is a shame in itself that a member of the Security Council does an illegal war. But the other one didn't come, Xi Jinping from China. And there's then the real danger that we are not coming together in this world, that China and Russia and North Korea and Iran, so let's say the dictatorships of the world, are creating their own world. And that we are going again in a Cold War. Democracies on the one side against dictatorships on the other side. It would be very unfortunate, and I think India and others have to build the bridge in order to preserve the G20, because they are the second best format that we have globally. Now, besides this, on a lower level, of course, you have all these UN conferences on major issues. The climate conference is one of the most prominent ones. We are going now to the 28th edition of the COPs, as they are called, the Conference of Parties. That's this UN language. Party is every state. And we have seen how long it takes to come to more than voluntary commitments on a common challenge. And I think in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, at the end of this month, we have to make the next step, that you get reporting and you get naming and shaming and somehow pressure from pioneer groups on others to do more, because what has been committed on national level so far is not able to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees. We are somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees, and that would mean melting all of the glaciers in Europe, as well in the Himalayas and elsewhere, and you know that would be catastrophe in itself. Yeah, environment is the big issue. We had recently another convention being concluded by everybody, which was a surprise, the Biodiversity Convention. So we are losing lots of different animals and plants in a quick speed. And there as well, protecting forests, protecting animals, having biodiversity is an issue that is a question of survival. Because if it is too destroyed, nature cannot rejuvenate itself. And then you get the diseases much quicker and much more than we have today. But you see that the plastics disease is poisoning the environment, and plastic that we all use, yeah, water in the bottles and whatsoever, this product is not going away. You will find it in 100 years, you will find it maybe in 300, 400 years. It is not degrading like biomaterials would do, so we have to switch from plastic to biomaterials, and they are existing, but plastic is cheaper. Therefore, of course, it is more used than the others, alternatives that would be more healthy for the environment. Yeah, you are all kids that grown up with the internet, and of course, technology is promoting in an unprecedented way. We have now machine learning, where the machines can do things by themselves. But I don't think that we want that. I think human beings should be the masters of what we do on planet Earth, and robots should not, let's say, the masters of us. because you could not, let's say, control them anymore. So we need as well a global consensus. What is a good codex of conduct? What are the rules and principles for the very advanced technologies in the internet? And by AI, artificial intelligence, you can go to the space. Yeah, you have my congratulations for India going to the moon, which is fine, big achievement. But you have thousands and thousands of rockets up there that could do good things, yeah, but could as well harm. You could have a robotic warfare in the orbit, and as well a robotic, let's say, machinery that could go out of control. And therefore, there are many of this stuff to do. So I think I should not be too long, because there are many other issues that you find as well in this wonderful resolution today, as a global treaty against corruption is one of the next things we have to do. Corruption is a really big disease for the people, because it is stealing money from the people. Whether it's public money or private money, corruption is always stealing money. And that has to have a global treaty to reduce it or avoid it. And yeah, I think better global governance is the issue of our time. And I'm grateful that on this Lucknow conference for the 24th time, and thanks to the Gandhi family, we have the chance to come together worldwide and exchange our newest ideas, and send the declaration to all the heads of states and governments. And hope is dying at last, and we have hope that a better world is possible. And with your commitment and your engagement, young students, I believe that will be possible, and we will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for rightly emphasizing on the need for the development of new and improved mechanisms for global decision-making to be able to address the challenges around climate change, nuclear war, pandemics, and so on. So thank you so very much, sir, for that wonderful talk. And children, after the two speakers have spoken, we'll be taking a question each by two from amongst you. Because of paucity of time, ideally we would have wanted more, but we'd like to have two student representatives with a question each for each of our panelists, okay? So time now for me to invite our next speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Terence Ranawane, Chief Justice, High Court, Botswana. Boys and girls.
Thank you, Madam Director of this afternoon's proceedings. Your Excellency, the Chief Invited Guests, Your Excellencies here present, the founder and the organizer of this conference, Dr. Jagdeep Gandhi, and your team, their lordships and ladyships, Chief Justice here present, legal luminaries present, students of CMS, let me write on the protocol as already pronounced by the previous speakers and declare that all protocol is observed. I have been asked to present a paper on the contributions of Sustainable Development Goals for human and economic development to improve the lives of the people. I hasten to add that it is indeed a tremendous honor for me and a blessing to be able to address the students of this remarkable school. I know that these people are now exhausted. We are approaching the end of the program, and I'll try to be as brief as possible to save time. Sustainable development goals are fundamental goals that were adopted by the United Nations member states in September 2015, and they came into force on the 1st January 2016, the following year. They were adopted by member states, all encompassed in a document titled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The agenda is defined in the preamble as a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. Primarily, the purpose of this plan is to compel countries to take deliberate action individually and in partnership to eradicate poverty, including abject poverty, to end hunger, to improve the health of its people, to promote peace, justice, and inclusivity of societies, to protect the planet and its natural resources. It is a universal plan cutting across all nations globally to prosper all people, ensuring ultimately that no one is left behind by 2030. Notably, there are 4 pillars of sustainability upon which countries must place their focus to channel their resources towards them in order to achieve the vision agenda. These are human, economic, environmental, and social pillars. It is also critical that countries should domesticate these pillars to ensure that they are part of the national development agenda. In the Republic of Botswana, we have taken a deliberate decision to domesticate Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and further developed a framework of applicable indicators to monitor progress, achievements, and challenges in the implementation of the SDGs. Furthermore, its Vision 2036 is constituted of 4 pillars related to the agenda. Our vision, called Prosperity for All by 2036, is based on these pillars: sustainable economic development, human social development, sustainable environment, governance, peace, and security. The theme of our National Development Plan 11 is, and I quote, inclusive growth for the realization of employment creation and poverty eradication. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the 2030 Agenda, but I won't go through them all in order to save time. I will just go to key challenges that we as African countries find in our attempt to domesticate and implement this development agenda. Our countries continue to experience challenges in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, primarily due to global warming and climate change. This has resulted in unfavorable weather conditions such as poor rainfall, leading to water scarcity and drought sessions. Farmers are unable to produce under harsh or poor weather conditions for sustainability. Poor governance and lack of political will by policy and key decision makers, leading to poor implementation policies. Corruption, limited resources or budget. It is fairly expensive for African countries to implement sustainable practices and for the benefit of all. Conflict all over the world and in Africa itself. Illegal poaching, lack of technology and innovation, poor human social development. We have attempted to put in place solutions to these developmental goals and challenges. And we feel that nations must encourage reuse and recycling of products instead of discarding them in order to create jobs. They must promote use of renewable energy such as solar and hydropower, as opposed to fossil energy to prevent global warming. This can be done by offering subsidies to industries that use renewable energy. There must be a clear and tangible political will and good governance by policy and key decision makers. Strengthening of governance structures such as the judiciary and ensuring that it's independent and adequately resourced. Sustainable social development and social inclusivity and peace building. And we have to embark on deliberate promotion of technology and innovation. I think I will stop thus far and amplify my speech during question and interactive time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the fact that sustainable development is an organizing principle that aims to meet human development goals while also enabling natural systems to provide natural resources and ecosystem services to human beings. Sustainable development tries to find a balance between economic development, environmental protection, and social well-being. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, let's give it up for our eminent speakers, Mr. Joe Lennon, former member, European Parliament from Germany, Honorable Mr. Justice Terence Ranované, Chief Justice, High Court, Botswana. And now it's time to take up a few questions. One student representative with one question for one speaker, and the other student representative with a question for the other eminent speaker. So in all, 2 children to come up to the stage, very quickly and promptly. Let's see. Double up and come up to the stage very quickly. That's the spirit. Very good. 2 children. Oh, we already have 2 here, I'm afraid. And you already had a chance, didn't you? I remember you from the last time. So, come up, boys.
Greetings, sir. My question is from the German delegate. You said that we need to promote international peace. So since you're from the country, Germany, your country itself is a part of a military alliance called North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or simply we call NATO. Why is the German government not following it? Simply get out of this alliance and follow a disarmament program?
Yeah, good question. If you look into history, Germany, after the catastrophe of the Second World War, had no army, like Costa Rica. Costa Rica is the only country in the world that has only police forces and no army. So we had no army, and then came the Korean War and came the Cold War. There was the threat that the Soviet Union at the time reaches out to Western Europe. And we are a front state. We have been on the Iron Curtain. And you know that Berlin was divided in 2 parts, east and west. In the middle of the town has been a wall. And of course, there was a high controversy early 50s whether Germany should get soldiers again. But by that context of the Cold War and a threat by the Soviet Union, we as well got again an army. And the organization in the West was NATO. In the East was the Warsaw Pact. They had as well their military pact. And as you see the assault of Russia against Ukraine, we have been living in an illusion. We thought that after the fall of the Iron Curtain, there is no more war in Europe, not thinkable. But then it came different. There was the attack on Ukraine, and others feel threatened, like the Baltic states, Poland, Moldova. And therefore, unfortunately, I tell you, we are part of NATO and we feel protected by NATO. Alone, we would be lost against Russia, who has nuclear arms. We have renounced to have nuclear arms. We could build one. Technology is easier. You can find it in the internet. would not be difficult to build nuclear weapons. We don't want. But the threat is unfortunately there, and good. That's my answer.
Honorable dignitaries, my question is open to both of you. The very thought that comes in everybody's mind, the people who do not live in the fear of bombardment are fortunate than many who don't. And with the World War III emerging, and the very question arises on the world leaders, are they ready to adopt the new world order? Because if not them, then who? And if not these world leaders, then who is going to accept and bring a change? Because it's too late. And that the very base of the future of the children have been already destroyed, as we have seen from different wars emerging, the Israel-Palestine and the Russia-Ukraine. So are the leaders ready to accept it, or it's just their audacity to fake around the world and say that we will accept it, and they are not?
Yeah, indeed, one is very dissatisfied that in spite of all the challenges, the global challenges, the world leaders are hardly coming together to have a new governance system, a new world order, as you called it. Let's say a new governance system, a better United Nations. Yeah, I as well have doubts that the world leaders will do that without really pressure from outside. And one has seen in the history of the last decades that civil society, citizens around the world, can do something. If the pressure is big enough, there will be governments who take up the request. And in the UN, you need a few governments in the General Assembly to put a motion. Of course, at the end, you need a majority to get a resolution done. But I trust that in these decades, in these 20s, there will be a huge global pressure from citizens, from civil society, from like-minded parliaments and even governments to change the UN statutes and have a better United Nations that can serve for a better global governance.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering those questions so beautifully and satisfying the queries of the children. A lot of questions arising in their minds, and that's a good byproduct of this conference, I must say. So thank you so very much, sir. Once again, children, boys and girls, put your hands together for Honorable Mr. Justice Terence Ranawane, Chief Justice, High Court of Botswana, and Mr. Joe Lenin, former member, European Parliament, Germany. Thank you so much, sirs. With this, we come to the end of the final session of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. Is it an emotional moment? Yes, ma'am, it sure is. And now, I request all of you in the auditorium to rise for the national song.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष